Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, sad news to report. Time's up. Financial freedom is over. But not if you're rich. Time to build wealth post haste. And welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream, where we do the salsa dance because passive income via dividend investing, that's an option for you. Stop struggling now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you so much for being here this evening because it's going down tomorrow. You should have news. 3%, 3.1% inflation year over year. But make sure you share the video because a lot of people do not understand what the inflation numbers really mean. They think when they hear 3%, 3.1%, or whatever number it's going to be, they just go, oh, it's only 3% this year. Well, if you don't know that it does not include food, which means groceries, and energy bills, and you guys know what energy bills cost these days, far cry from a year ago, and the number that they give you tomorrow is going to be from the difference between July 2024, when by all accounts, half of the country said prices are way, way too high. But the fact that they are higher now and people are saying, no, they're not way, way too high, you have to question when people do these things because it's actually cost you more than it did last July. Now, the problem, your financial freedom's at stake because people do not believe this administration if they come with a number and they say it's 2%. Because you know they will not say it's 3.5%. And if they say 2.5%, that would be skeptical as well because we know the numbers already. So let's get to it. We're investors here. So we're doing the salsa dance every Friday and Monday because distributions of dividends are given out Friday, Monday. And it's Money Making Monday live stream. If you have any comments to make, put them down below in this chat box, no matter which platform you're watching at. Make sure you hit the like button, no matter which platform, the check button, the thumb button, the smiley face button, whichever platform you're on. Everybody on podcast, make sure you hit them stars. That's what you got to do. Support the information, the channel, because we're here to help you. Now, financial freedom is at stake. But again, you are ahead of the curve because it takes time to actually blow things up. And luckily for you, we have time. So if you are in the stock market and you want to see some wild swings, they could happen over the next 2 days, 1 day, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, on and on. There will be fluctuations, and you should take advantage in order to build wealth, especially in the stock market. Winners are being handed Gold certificates. Apple CEO Tim Cook went to the White House last week. He presented our commander in chief, the president, with some gift. Well, funny thing, their stock price increased the overall Apple Corporation's wealth within the next few days. Pelletier, another winner chosen by the government. Tesla, another one. Be very careful, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for you, but you have to know what you are investing in and why, and when to pull the plug so you don't take an L after all of your appreciation and all those dividends that you took in. So you have to pay attention to financial information. I myself like CNBC. I used to like MarketWatch until they started going to a different platform. I used to like Bloomberg until that started going to a different platform, meaning they want you to sign up and spend some money instead of giving us the information. Because I thought Bloomberg, for instance, is owned by Michael Bloomberg and family, billionaires. Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch. But again, they need those subscriptions because they can't make enough money since they're billionaires and do it the old fashioned way. Advertisers pay for your organization. You accumulate more readers because the information was going out to the mass. Public service. But we don't have that anymore. It's all monetization, even from billionaires. So that tells you what you need to know. If billionaires are nickel and diming, what would they be so worried about? Why are they nickel and diming when they get subsidies, tax cut, tax breaks, government contracts? You should be starting to worry about those of us who are not in that stratosphere because they're getting a huge leg up while we have to do it the old fashioned way. Earn it. Let me hear from you guys. What do you have to say tonight about this situation? Post-retirement travel. Just the man I wanted to see. Mr. Worldwide. He's done it the old-fashioned way. Earned it. And that allows him to also be Mr. Worldwide. Getting ready to take off in the next 2 to 4 weeks. And also, we got to find out about those bungalows down in Orlando for $300K. It's incredible. And welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he brings his tagline this evening. Hello, all. Let's do this. That's exactly what we do. Hold on. Get your pen, pads, and papers together. Write some things down. In fact, we've had some things happen over the weekend. My. The bond rate is at, well, 4.2, just like where it's been dropped to. Then that meant that the mortgage rates, courtesy of Brian P., he actually sent it over to me, Mr. Dividend, because I normally don't check those things because I'm not getting any mortgage anytime soon. But the point is, there was 30-year mortgages in the sixes. And if you did a 15-year, you could be in the 5% range. But will that save the housing market? That's another story, another day, but it could be later on today. So make sure you get your pen, pads, and papers together. DIM Powell's another investor, also doing the salsa dance. I see the fluctuation on those Yield Max ETF option trading properties, stocks. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Man, he says his tagline this evening. Good evening, everyone. I hit that like button. I love that. Smash the free like button. That's right. Give it a one piece, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't cost anything. Thank you so much for mentioning that, DIM Pals. And very, very nice to see you once again. EV Place, another investor, an entrepreneur, a hard worker's in the house tonight. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And all three of these individuals, along with EV Places, doing the salsa dance. That's right. Come on. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys get those passive income monies coming in today? Yield Max ETF is what I'm referring to. They give out weekly payouts, weekly and monthly, every Friday. They have their monthlies come out every Friday on a month later, and the weeklies come out every Friday. So, therefore, your reinvestments could prop up your stock, more shares, week after week after week, that you don't have to work for. Just saying. Putting in that self perpetual cash money machine. All right. His tagline: good evening, everyone. Let's roll. That's what we do here, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get you to understand time's up. Financial freedom is at stake, ladies and gentlemen. You do not see it yet, but we live in a third world country, and you're acting like it's 1965, 1955. 1985, 1995, and 2005. That's what people are still acting like. Them days are over. Just because you have a recession like 2021 does not mean there's going to be recovery now. Not recovery for ordinary citizens, OCs. That's you guys. Your recovery might be a little different than those of us who actually are investing in assets, because assets are going to be blowing out the market. Unfortunately, that just leaves roughly top 10, top 20% of those people are going to be making money. The bottom 80%, you're just going to be living paycheck to paycheck. It's that simple. I'm just telling you the truth. You're already living paycheck to paycheck, 80% of you. So those liabilities, you better get rid of and start buying assets. Assets pay you. So anytime you give money away and you get money back while you're sleeping, while you're on vacation, while you're doing your weekend barbecue, that's what you need to invest in going forward. You need to catch the rich guys. They're going to be very well taken care of. Any proximity to the top 20%, you'll come along for the ride. But if you're going to be in the bottom 80%, you're going to be freaking crushed, because there is no way you are going to escape rentals or renting a home via a mortgage. You are not going to escape, because from this month forward, energy's going up, food prices are going up, insurance payments are going up. And unfortunately for you, all those things, the three things I just mentioned, businesses have to carry as well. So businesses, all of their prices are going to go up, and they give them to you. It transfers to you, ladies and gentlemen. So if you aren't going to be making more money than you were last year, next year, oof, oof, it's going to be bad news. And you got 1 year, 4 months, by the way. All right, EV Place. He says, I brought a few bags of SMCY this morning. Me too. It was under my dollar cost average, so I actually had no option, really. I agree. I bought a little bit of ULTY just because I just like it being around $6 and giving off about 60 to 70% return on distributions. I like how they're acting right now. I got some OTSLY because that's acting phenomenally low. Also hitting close to my 52-week low. So I said, you know what? This is like an opportunity of a lifetime. They get subsidies. They receive government contracts. So they're going to be saved. All right. Look at this. Right now, EV Place says, here we go. I bought a few bags of SMCY this morning. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. All these right here, you should write down. Couldn't resist, almost 52 weeks low. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Same thing. I was right with you. 1688. That is below my 52-week low, quite frankly. So I was like, oh my God. I think I was around 16. I mean, sorry, 17. And I was like, that's below my 52. So I was like, damn, 1688. That's good. That's why I always leave a little in reserve for the duffel bags of cash, because you never know. Because we do know there's going to be a run down, I believe, after tomorrow and the CPI report comes out. And the worst part is we are in the era of, are the numbers true? So if they do say 3 or 3.1, I think most the market, well, it's going to respond negatively anyhow. But I think people would believe it, because that's about where the numbers should be. Somewhere between 3.0 and 3.4. That's what it really should be. So if it's around there, but if they come in and say something crazy like 2.5, 2.7, there's no way. 2.8, there's no way. 2.9, pretty much no way. Anything under 3, people are going to have a side eye, and that's going to be a problem. So expect bond market to act wiggy. You just never know. And there could be a run sooner or later, which is the scary part. Post-retirement travel, a little pullback today in the market. Another opportunity to back up the truck. Exactly. When there is blood in the market, that's when you hit it. Yes. And I actually expect more blood, because Taco did it again. The Chinese tariffs. It says he has an aversion to trade wars. He has aversions to pushback. So since he can't fire them, since he can't go after them via lawsuits, he's doing the normal weak thing you do. You talk a good game, and then you say, hold on, let's just chill. Let's just go to our separate corners for 90 days. Because I really don't want to have a meltdown on the stock market, because I really do know the numbers, just what they're talking about in SSN Nation. I know the numbers, and we are melting down right underneath our feet. Manufacturing down. And job losses keep going up. Layoffs keep going up. Credit card debt keeps going up. Foreclosures starting to rise. Not looking good, OCs. Again, your time's up. No more playing around with liabilities. From this point on, you are in the twilight zone. And unfortunately, it's not a TV show. This is real life. And it's about to be bumpy, but we can maneuver through it. But you're going to have to get rid of your debt if you can, because every time you get your debt lower and get it down to near zero, that is money that you can use to invest. Just think about it. Maybe not right away, but if it's 4, 5, 6 months, 8 months, but at least you can get it down to where you say, wait a minute, I just freed up $400 a month, $300 a month. That ends up being a lot of money, because on the rocket ship ride back up, you're going to be in the game. But you can get in the game now while we're near 52-week lows. Okay. That's when you hit in. He's right. I'm looking for a little bit more blood in the streets, because, again, I think tomorrow we're going to have a CPI report that's going to come out, and it's going to be negative again, 3%. Like I said, I wrote today 3.1, 3.2% is what I expect. Does not include food and energy. And if you actually include food and energy, I think we're going to be at 3.94%. And that's bogus numbers. That's 1980 to 2025 CPI calculations. If it was before 1980, the real calculation, the basket of goods, which included food and energy, then you're going to find out 12, 15%. That's how dire this is. When you're being lied to and you don't really know the numbers, how do you make plans? So people think, oh, I'll just go buy treasuries because inflation's only 3%. I'll just get 4.2, 4.3. I'll get a 10-year because it's only 3%. So I'm ahead of schedule. But if you don't know what the calculation really is, and somebody tells you it's 12 or 13% really, 4% means you're swimming uphill. That also means you are in deep doo doo. You are going through a swamp and you have no weapons. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Ripple versus SEC finally over after 5 years. Big step for Ripple again. I know, EV Place. I know. The thing that irritates me about Ripple, I've said this before. Ripple is a company. XRP is their crypto. Their XRP is not used on their Ripple business with banks because previously XRP was not legal in the United States, which means crypto. Crypto wasn't legal. Now crypto is. That's why there's a settlement and that's why it's over and all that. But the point I'm trying to make is Ripple is not XRP. This is the fallacy that made XRP pop way back when, because people thought when they were making those deals with banks and having one of the cheapest transactions, they thought they were using XRP when in fact they're not. So just keep that in mind. XRP, though, should still rise because it still is one of the least expensive transaction tokens, coins on the market. And you do need a little bit of crypto. So some of us were lucky enough to have that XRP when it was 20 cents, 30 cents, something like that. Now it's up to $1.40, 50, something like that. It could pop because of this great news, but just remember, they always pick winners. Ripple could be a winner because they're already has an infrastructure with some banks. So that gives them a leg up, in my opinion. So just think about it, ladies and gentlemen. You always need some BTC and you need some ETH. You guys know it went up to 125 or something like that, Bitcoin. Trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you have to have Bitcoin a little ETH, a little gold, a little silver. Just a little. The electronics, you don't have to worry about electronics because you can carry that in something this big. The gold and silver, on the other hand, if there's an emergency, it's kind of hard to go in the safe and start putting it in a duffel bag because them gold pieces weigh a lot. They add up fast. The silver pieces also, they add up pretty fast too when you start going 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, 5, 10, 20, 50. All of a sudden you got 100 and some pounds in a bag you're trying to drag, carry with you with haste. Not a good idea. Just saying. I'm not saying it's coming to that, but we have military and DC. I got to talk about something because apparently we have a lot of people that do not study history. Just so you guys understand, Adolf Hitler has Trump has done the same thing Adolf Hitler has done. So, and Adolf Hitler, though, spent time in jail when he wrote his Mein Kampf. Why was he in jail? Is because he tried to overthrow the government. Just like Trump, he became popular with his speech and rhetoric. After that, same thing. He did the same thing with their federal government. he took over their DC and never left. So we now have embarked on what's repeating in history. We have military in Washington, D.C. The claim is DC has bad, I don't know, homeless, bad criminal activity. It's hard to say that when you know, again, the numbers 30-year low for criminal activity. So it could not be that. So it has to be the same arc as Hitler. So we're already in a constitutional crisis. So the people that's going to be able to stay above the fray are those that have options. You're going to need options such as, do you have money in a bank outside of the United States? Do you have property or a way to have residency outside of the United States? If your passport does not work, are you able to leave the country, or are you going to have to be an illegal citizen if you don't like what's going on in your country? Like the Germans who were leaving Germany back in the day, like the Jews who were rushing out to get across to some other country. That is something you should think about. Not saying it's going to happen, but all I'm saying is I do not like things when they repeat exactly what a dictator did almost 100 years ago. That should scare Americans. And we have enough people in power, Supreme Courts, judges, state legislatures, who are willing to back this up because they will benefit. You know how it always works. Beneficiaries go, oh, it's okay if we step on these people because we're with the people over here who's going to take good care of us. We're with them. So we don't care about whatever we're doing bad to these people because we're going to be safe. That is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. All right, CRP is on fuego inside my portfolio. I'm up 29.74% total return. I love that. And I don't even know what CRP is. EV place, I missed the under $2 chance. My cost average is $2.15. Oh, XRP. What? How did you miss? Oh, you were on vacation. That's why. You were on vacation. You were on, oh, hold up. Sorry. Not vacation. You were on your, the reason why I say not vacation is because vacation would connotate that it's temporary. I went on vacation, so I got to come back and work. So he's not on vacation because he doesn't have to come back and work. That's why he's Mr. Worldwide. He was gone for like 2 months, I think, or maybe even 3 months. And then he's going to be gone for another like 6 months. That's not vacation. That's a lifestyle. The SSN Nation lifestyle. I love it. Let me see what's going on here with this price with XRP. I love it. So get a little bit of crypto, ladies and gentlemen. Bitcoin, ETH, yeah, if you want XRP, that's, oh, it's $3.16. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I thought it was still in the dollars. I haven't even bothered to look because this is well above my dollar cost average. Sheesh. I'm loving every bit of this. 277, now up to 316. We love it. By the way, everybody who just now showed up, it's I'm sorry. Um, we talked about XRP like a month ago, a month and a half ago, and then about 2 weeks ago when it made a major dip. And we said you should get it at that time. This is incredible. I didn't even know it really went up because I was just like, I didn't care because I knew once we did this, it was a wrap. Let's go. Here, this is August 2nd. Where is, hold on a second. Let me see something here. Hold on. Why don't I see the, oh, okay. Not there. I'm on the on the 1 month plan. I can't get the 6 month plan. Okay, how about the year to date? Can't get that one either. Huh. Well, anyhow, there's some people that just doubled whatever they had put in to XRP just off of about the last 60 days or less. This is why you come to this channel, ladies and gentlemen. You have investors like EV Place who brought it up about a month and a half ago. This is why time is up. You have to make decisions financially. You have to be the CEO of your life financially now. Everything you do now is going to matter for the future. Everything. So I have people that right now, and I was remiss when I didn't talk about it. I say this now every live stream. Go to findhelp.org if you need help. Matthew Lesko, who gets grants for people, he's the one that told us here, go to findhelp.org, because once you put in your zip code, you'll find all type of services that you may need, you or your family or friends. Most of the places are nonprofits. You just pick up the phone, talk to them. They're very nice. Some charge, 80% do not. So you can have free help. But you have to make the call. You have to go check it out. Findhelp.org. If you want other help that's going to cost you, then you can go to Matthew Lesko's group, Lesko Help. I'm in it. Lesko Help, HELP.com. Just pay the $50 or $60 annually, 40. He always has these promotions. And when you go in there, there's other people that help you get grants, monies for a lot of different things. That's what they do. There's thousands of people in there. So all you do is post something saying, hey, I'm in the state of so and so, and anybody know where I can get some help for X, Y, and Z? And within an hour, somebody is going to post, hey, there's this. That's not in findhelp.org. There'll be a couple, two, three people, maybe four people that will post something for where you sit at right now in your city, state. It's amazing. There's people out here trying to help people like how we do here in the SSN Nation. All right, let's go look at this. $2.15. Well, hell, you're looking good right now. We're all liking that. We like that 30, 40% rise. Come on now. We're doing the salsa dance more than once. Post retirement travel still great. Exactly. In less than a few weeks. Now, come on. Post retirement travel. All my crypto portfolio is doing great. Even Litecoin has returned 26%. Yep. Total return. Ethereum 32.2, Bitcoin 22.3. Nothing wrong with having a little bit of crypto in your portfolio. Exactly right. Diversify, ladies and gentlemen. Traditionally, what happens in a meltdown or a problematic economy, your dollar value goes down, so inflation rises, so things cost more. The problem is less revenues for corporations also mean their stock price takes a hit. Crypto is a whole nother animal because it was supposed to be anti-money. So now, because it's supposed to be limited, they're not printing money out of thin air. So the value theoretically is supposed to hold. We've never been able to really test this theory. Remember, crypto came out during and a little after the Great Recession. We haven't really had another Great Recession at all in 15 years. That will be the test on what crypto is. We know gold and silver also will take a hit, but they will rise if there is. But the funny part is, since nobody has money and nobody can buy the gold and silver, they also take a hit. It's pretty wild how they all associate across the board, but we will find out what crypto does. That's why you should have a little bit of it, ladies and gentlemen. Brian P., Mr. Dividend is in the house. He's sitting up here. Yeah, the salsa dance. Thank you so much for the emails. I made another video today. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Redlining. And Brian P., again, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says his tagline, Happy Day, Eric. I hope all is well with you. Of course, man. It's the salsa dance day. Happy day, SSN family. Smash that like button. It's a one piece. Thank you so much for that, everybody out there. Make sure you let the whatever platform you're on know you're in the house. All right. Let's see where else we're going to go. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, your time is up. Down below in the description box. Oh my God, I got to do some things, don't I? Up. I forgot. I forgot. But while I'm sitting here talking about I forgot, I dropped the good luck Americans video, part 2. This is going to be a 10-part series. This one was regarding redline. Some people still don't know what redline is. Well, to put it in simple terms that Americans would know, let's just use the traditional race card. White side of town, black side of town, divided by railroad tracks, a canal, a river, a street. The same house on the white side of town, and I'll use today's numbers, would cost 600 grand. Same house, square footage, 600 grand. But because it's across on the black side of town, the appraisers come out and they say, oh, your house is only worth 300. That's the thumbnail that I put in there. So that is called redlining. So when you have a price increase of, let's just use simple numbers like 2021 and 2022, and the home price of the $600,000 house goes up 20%, he gets $120,000. So now their house is worth $720,000. The $300,000 house gets $60,000. So their house is worth $360,000. But oh wait, there's more. So now somebody wants to come and buy a house. And so, first of all, the person on the white side of town puts his house up for sale. The appraiser comes out and he says, yeah, your house, it's worth 20% more. And because there's some other home sales, it's worth $735,000. Now, another appraiser comes out on the black side of town. The red line is you cross the red line. The same house, same everything. But he says, oh, yeah, man, your house is worth $360,000. But, I'm going to praise it for $345,000. And so this actually, something similar like this actually happened in real life for me. And the black person says, hey, right over there, like 200 yards over is the exact same house. And that house just went on the market and it actually sold for $730,000. The response, I'll give you the response, but just so you guys know, the response was, yeah, but that's over there. I'm like, what do you mean? It's across the street, and it's probably 100 yards from my house. And oh, by the way, I have a pool in my backyard. They don't. And I got an extra 150 square feet because I got a loft. They don't. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Bird. That's your appraisal. Do you understand that wealth has been stolen? That also, believe it or not, and I tell everybody this every time, the wealth inequality actually hurts everybody. Just keep that in mind. Because here's why. The guy who bought a $200,000 home and it goes to 720, and the same guy less than a quarter mile away bought the same house, but because of the red line, that house is worth 300, this one's worth 600, and they go up 20%. The fact of the matter is, the other guy has 200,000, they have $500,000 of equity. That buys you a whole bunch of nice dividend stocks, treasuries, a business, and can pay for children's schooling. Notice I mentioned business activity first because we need money to come back to pay for this home equity line of credit. But now we don't care because we have money coming back in. We invested in the business, got some more money. We invested in stocks, we got more money. So we can do everything. The other guys, on the other hand, have only 160,000. What can they do with 160? Sure, pull out some money, make an investment, maybe even have your kids go to college. But that's it. You're limited. That right there, instead of the same monies going to them, they would have investing in the stock market more, into businesses more, startups, who knows? But that stolen wealth, that redlining, discrimination does not bode well overall for your group. A rising tide does not keep going because you put a dam up for certain people. Now, fast forward, your time's up. So imagine if things were equal for the last 50 years, just 50, no redlining, and everybody was getting the same values, not based on race, gender, colors. All of those trillions of dollars lost would have been used for investing. Those city blocks that were run down wouldn't have been ran down because there would have been reinvestments into the businesses. People would have had money. See where I'm going? All right. I talked, but I did not put anything down below in the description box, but I'm going to make it short here quickly. So down below is going to be something else that helps people with their debt because you're going to need to get this straight ASAP. Rising inflation also means your credit card companies, any credit that you have, and it fluctuates, it will go up. So when this CPI report comes out tomorrow, you're going to start getting some messages from your credit card companies, from whoever you borrow from that's on revolving credit, and they're going to be talking about your interest rate's going to increase. So, do you really want to take hits on 20 some percent, 30 some percent annually? The average credit card debt in America is $5,000. Do you realize 20% is like ridiculous, right? $1,000 just in interest annually. So even if they do say send me $125 per month, you literally are paying like $300 off of your principal. So you still owe them more money than you owed them before. And at 20%. Heaven forbid those that have 27% or 33% or 35% APRs. And remember, they charge you interest every day on the balance that you have. So it's actually compounding. Just saying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, down below in the description box, we are making money in here. That's right. Courtesy of Brian Pay. Everybody that's in here so far, they all have contributed to you being able to make more money because you have seen the gems that have been dropped so far. All right, EV Place. He says, I'm on the same page. 35% on entire crypto wallet from November 24, but over 100% on ETH, 75% on XRP. This is what we're talking about. He's making a validation that what we've been talking about for the last 2 years, 2.5 years now, about the Bitcoin and buying BTC, ETH, and if you wanted to get XRP and you wanted to get a few others, I mean, come on, that's the thing. But we were giving people what he's referring to as ETH at 70. What is it? 100% ETH. Yeah, ETH is 100%, and so is Bitcoin, by the way. Because at one time, 2.5 years ago, it was around $20,000. So actually, there's some people that's 5x, 6x their money, which is 600%, by the way. All right. So again, that's where we're going. James Way, another investor's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he brings his tagline this evening. Hello, fam. Glad to be here. I'm glad you're here as well. The rent is too damn high. Good thing I bought some XRP. That's right, James Way. You know I get happy whenever somebody's successful in investing. You know I'm doing the salsa dance just for that. That's why I started the channel. Just so information can get to the masses. Because a lot of people do not understand it is not that hard. You don't have to make up stuff in your head going, oh, I got to get a broker or I got to call up this guy. No, you do not. Use the links down below from Robinhood, Webull, Moomoo. There's actually forums, help groups. There's all kind of ways that you can learn. And here you can learn a little bit and how we calculate and think about our next investment opportunities, like James Way. And so there you go. Now I have to go look up my XRP. You know what I'm saying? I got to go get a desktop and go look up how much XRP I have now. Because I know I bought XRP when it was like 20 cents or 30 cents or something. Back in the day. It's sitting on the exchange. And it's like, like I said, I got so much crypto and stuff sitting around. I don't even know where half of it is, quite frankly, because I don't even have a wallet, so to speak, that you take offline. I just got wallets all over the place because back then it was just set up a wallet to get some because they were all pennies. XLM, a bunch of stuff was cheap, so I would just pay like I said, I usually do like $20, and $20 and things is 10 cents. So I was like, okay, whatever, 200, 300, 1,000, whatever. That's enough. If it doesn't ever do anything, then cool. If it never does, cool. Now there's a lot of things that have popped up. Doge. Can you believe? Doggy Coin. There's a lot of people that don't know when Doggy Coin came out. It's incredible. Post retirement travel says EV Place. Damn. Call the fire department. Your portfolio is burning up. Congrats. Exactly. This is what we like to hear, EV Place. Job well done. Great job, EV Place. And he studied, he paid attention, and he knew what was happening. All right. But for the others, new Crypto should be one part of your investment. Don't put all eggs in the same basket. Diversity is a key. He's very well correct about that. You should not do one basket or two. You should be on 4 baskets at least, 5 if you can get them. 5 could be a little gold, a little silver, 1. Some stocks, bonds, dividends, however you want to do it, that would be 2. 3, gold, silver. Did I already say that? I lost track of my counts. But anyhow, a little crypto, real estate, but only if it pays you. By the way, speaking of that, that's number 4. 5, a business that you make money from, not a startup. Any money you put into a business, you know, next week or next month, you're getting a check from the profits. It's already making profits. No high risk maneuvers at this point because we're scheduled to have a meltdown and you just don't know when it's going to occur. There's going to be some things that are going to happen over the next month. That's going to be, or 2 months is going to be, it could change the direction of everything. Depending on, it looks, if Trump does the shadow Fed governor, Fed chairman, and somehow, I don't know how this would work, the board would actually listen to this made up Fed chair, and then uh, somebody are going to have to grab control of the desk that actually buys the bonds and buys the stocks and all that. That puts an end game. And if that occurs where something goes really wired, that could be bad. So anyhow, Eric, how did you like that bad news on those emails? Hey man, I don't like none of it. I'm looking at all that stuff. I sent you back something too. It's crazy. EV Place, if you have 2,500 XRP, then you are in 10% of most holders. You got to be kidding. Are you serious? Because I think I have at least that. Because like I said, it was only like 30 cents or 40 cents or less, like 5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I was sitting in my office at the restaurant equipment business, and I was actually buying XRP then. So that's 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I have more than 2,500. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you that right now. And you could only buy XRP on certain exchanges, by the way. Because remember, in America, crypto was like off limits. So you had to do some exchanges that weren't regulated. Coinbase didn't even exist. So think about that. So, yeah, there's some things that's offshore. The reason I'm laughing is because you knew it was going to happen, right? So you had to have offshore exchanges that you have access to. And now you don't have to go through Coinbase. You don't have to use any of this stuff. You can bypass them. Just saying. It's a beautiful thing. Um, I'm not kidding. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, well, I have more than 2,500. Like I said, only because it was like, you know what? Let me go Google this. I can tell you right now, 6 years ago. 6 years ago, how much was XRP? Let's go see. I think it's six. No, it's 7 years ago. But it's okay. We'll see how much it was 6 years ago. Uh, there it is. Oh, 2017.006 in 2017. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sitting at my office 2017, 2016, no, 2017, 2018. Um, Mid-March, 0.002, 0.40. I'm pretty sure I bought it 0.42 because I remember zero point 0.4. It was rising. It was going up. It was because of Ripple. That was when Ripple was going, oh, we're going to be dealing with banks and we're going to use XRP and it doesn't cost anything but like 0.001 to do a transaction. It was crazy. So people were all jumping in. And look at this. It says at the end of 2017, XRP went to $2.30. How about that? That's 2017. Yeah, they're saying if you bought 1,000, yeah, yeah, that's crazy. That means you got like $300 million or some crazy number. Okay. Then it went to 384 early January, and then it did a 90% drop. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's when it was back under a dollar, 50 cents, 40 cents, 30 cents, something like that. And like I said, I would do like $10 here, $20 there, nothing major. And it was, I'm telling you, I got a few thousand. I got more than 2,500. I'll tell you that right now. On an exchange that's not connected to the United States. It's completely untraceable. Now I got to go hunt for that now. And I got two computers for that. So I hope I have the right one. Otherwise, well, I know where the other one is too. I love it when the plan comes together. Um, all right. So there you go. Down memory lane. This is how you guys win. But here's the key. The same thing's going to happen again. It's just that will you have made the investments prematurely now before, let's just say a month from now, instead of 1 year, 4 months, the economy goes off the cliff in 90 days. Well, the good news is you made all these investments. Whether they go down or up from that point is hard to say, but you need to hold on tight. As with any economy in America, it usually comes back. So it's no time to bail. You have the right assets. You just have to wait till the economy comes back. Why will the economy come back? Because then everything has to, the prices have to come in line with what people can afford. It'll be a reset, just like a normal recession, just like the housing market. Housing market crashes, then it puts it in the zone where millions more people can afford it. Then they start going back up. Same scenario is going to happen. Stock market crash. Then all of a sudden it gets to the low point. Enough people sold, blood in the streets, people pick it up. And the next thing you know, a few of those companies that you invested in rise up further and faster than before, just like the dot-com bust. The ones that survive, now you know their names. Microsoft, Apple, then Facebook came out. They weren't around in 1995 or 98. Juniper Networks, Oracle, all these guys took a hit. So just keep that in mind. I'm not kidding. That's crazy. Okay. What's up with home prices? Totally unaffordable for majority. My neighbor is a realtor and he told me new developers are giving huge incentives on new construction. They work with banks. Yes. But you know what the problem is post-retirement travel because you're in one of those states that is the problem. Actually, it's not even Florida anymore. It was Florida started it all because of the hurricanes and because they actually were the first responders. The insurance companies were the first responders. And after billions of dollars got wiped out, they said, "Oh no, we're not covering these." So they leave the state, flee, don't pay claims, and that leaves people holding the bag. And then at that point, now they made demands. Any insurance company that comes back in says, "We're not covering you if your roof is older than 15 years." So now that made roofing quadruple, triple, quadruple the cost of just 5 years ago. So it has a cause and effect. So now people aren't interested in the new homes or even the older homes because people are they calling up the insurance and the insurance goes, "Oh, I can't insure you." I'm not going to. And you're like, but I have a 10-year-old roof. What do you mean? I'm sorry. We took a drone shot of your house and we're not going to cover you. Or the other side of the coin, $7,500 annually just for your insurance and mandatory flood insurance. What do you mean? Isn't that on the policy? Oh, no, that's a separate policy for some. They're doing that to some people. So now that's another $300 a month or something. So people are paying $10,000 for insurance. And then they're getting their property tax notices. And they're like, what's this? Oh, because they're building those new houses in your neighborhood and people bought a few of them, your price went up. Your appraised value went up. Yeah, but I was only paying like $1,500 annually in taxes. What is this, $4,000? Sorry, home values increased. That's why people can't buy homes. It has nothing to do. People would still buy homes at the 6.69 rate right now, 5 point something. They would. If insurance used to be like it was in the old days, $1,000 a year, $150 a month. Good. If property taxes was based on the value of the house and they said it's 2,000, 2,500 a year, people would be fine. They'll pay the 6.6. We'll refinance later. But now it's upside down because you're being stabbed in the heart just by sitting. If your house is free and clear, you got to pay $10,000, $12,000 a year for your property tax and insurance. If you can get insurance, which is the scary part. You don't have insurance. Now what? Seriously, that's a liability waiting to go boom. That's what that is. All right. So here we go. Let's keep it moving. Totally unaffordable. The majority. Oh yeah, they work with banks. Yeah, they're doing buy downs and doing, but it still doesn't do anybody any good. How are you going to buy a $500,000 house, have a $2,500 to a $3,000 a month mortgage, and then be told your property tax is $500 a month? Now you're up to $3,000, $3,500. Then they say insurance is also $500 a month. Now you're up to $3,500 to $4,000 a month. You have to make $130,000 a year with no expenses. Most people do not fit that criteria. So you're going to have to make around $175,000 household income to be able to buy that. And you know what the banks are doing? Mortgage lenders. They're going, oh, we don't care about that 35% debt to income ratio. We're going to make it so 40% good with you. And because you go, oh my God, I love this house, and you use your emotions instead of your brain, you don't realize that just what they did, you pay more money. You're going to give up 40% of your income, and that's not going to pay for everything: property taxes, insurance premiums, HOA, housekeeping, upkeep, maintenance, lawn service, whatever you got to do. All of that water, sewer, garbage is going to be on top. So you're going to give up 50% of your income to live somewhere. And you're giving up 20%, 25% to Uncle Sam. So you're going to try and live on 25% left. And you think that's going to work? Because I know you guys are sitting out here and have to stick up with the Joneses. You got to have a car. You're going to have insurance on that car. Now you're paying what, $1,000 on average now for car payments, and your insurance is going to be jacked as well, $200 a month to $250 because you have to have full coverage. $1,200, $1,500 gone. a month. Now all of a sudden you got to go down to the grocery store. And now you're finding things 20, 30, 40, 50% more. So now your grocery bill used to be 400 a month. Now it's 800 a month. And now all of a sudden you find yourself living paycheck to paycheck, making $150,000 a year of household income just because you felt like buying a liability. All right, enough on my liability spiel. Once again, time's up, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm trying to illustrate. It's up. You don't have any choices about dealing with liabilities unless you can afford it. Post retirement travel, he can afford it, right? EV place, he can afford it. Everybody here can afford it. I'll be going out to Las Vegas where nobody's hanging out right now. In about 12, no, 10, 11 days. I'm going there for family reasons. But I love it that nobody's there because I'll be going downtown. I'll be hanging out in Vegas. I'm going to go check out some old friends. They'll be hanging out, I'm sure, because they play poker. And there's hardly anybody there, but the people that play poker, they aren't playing against the casino. They don't really care who's there. They know it's the same old 100 guys, 200 guys that's going to be playing. Cash games I'm referring to, not tourneys, but tournaments also, but cash game. So I'll be there hanging out, doing my thing, having a little fun, but basically, making sure family's good. And the banks, I was getting ready to say, they do buy downs. So they say, let's say it's 6.69% mortgage rate. They say, oh, give us an extra 5 grand or 10 grand, and you can take off a half a point, 0.5, and it could be 6.1 or 5.9, whatever the case may be, because they're going to actually add on a point or two for getting you that extra money or the discount. But anyhow, that's the problem, man. And speaking of that, home prices, did you find out anything about the bungalows at Margaritaville? In the last 5 years, XRP did 1,100%. No matters of SEC trial. Exactly. 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 So if you got in and knew about it like I did, 2017, 2018, you could be doing quite well because, like I said, back then it was cheap as hell. $10, $20 you were gonna have. If, as I recall, it was like the 1,500, 1,300, 2,000. I mean, it was $20, $30. You would have thousands at the time. That's crazy. All right, we got this guy. These guys right here on the Twitch stream. Come on. Okay, stop playing with me out here. Hey, what's happening here? Why is this happening? I can't do anything about it. Okay. ETH 1,100% also in 5 years. Yeah, it's about that same thing, but the BTC 950% in 5 years. And you know what's funny? But BTC, I don't know how they're giving it 950. But even if they are, it's cool because ETH was 15 grand like 4 years ago. Less than that, I think, 3 years ago. 5 years ago. I think it was, well, wait, that was 2020. So it might have been like 9, 10 G's, something like that. It was something like that after it crashed and it went down to, I'll never forget, ETH went to $350, something like that. It was crazy. It was crazy. All right, post retirement travel. What can we do with Hector coins? We have nothing. And the coins from Joker, nothing. Can we call customer service? Those were the L's. Those were the L's. There was plenty of L's in crypto. Those were the L's. Yeah, call customer service. It's all going to be like DDD. Sorry, not around anymore. Time's up, ladies and gentlemen. Down below in the description box, make sure you get some help. It's there for you. If you want to get your debt resolution, no bankruptcy, just getting it resolved like the rich guys. Get it reduced, pay it off, and then they report to your credit all is good at the end of you paying it off. But you make monthly payments. Let Tracy help you at Resolve Finance, TRACY at resolvefinance.com. It's down below in the description box. You can get it there. Also, if you want to improve your credit by installments, you got Self and you have Credit Strong. They also include revolving because the money you put into their trade lines, installment trade lines, they can use some of that to put into a revolving secured trade line to also increase the amount of monthly payments, just those two trade lines, and helps you build your credit. Smart Credit's also down there, the best credit monitoring system that helps monitor your credit of all three bureaus. It also does more than that. Your hiring index score, your FICA 8 score for automobiles, there's one more, hiring index, FICA, all three credit bureaus, and I'm missing something. What the heck? Anyhow, the most other important thing, identity theft and fraud for everybody in your household that has the same address as you. That is important. And smart credit itself, the tool, when you make payments, it tracks and it tells you when is the best time to make the payment for your revolving or installment credit. It tells you the day of the month. And it's not your due date, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So go check that out. After you go down there in the box below and you want to get your stocks via Robinhood, Webull, Moo, well, here's the other part to the equation. There's something called Wealthfront where you don't even have to invest in stocks. You let Wealthfront invest for you, and you don't even pay them a fee up until you have $4,900 in your account or more. That's actually $4,999. So basically $5,000 or more. Then you start paying an annual little fee. But until then, use the link down below in the description box and deposit and get with the game and just go, I'll see you when I see you, but let me go on to my next investment opportunities. That's now going to be down there along with Robinhood, Webull, and Moo. Go get your free shares of stock from all three. Robinhood only gives you one. Webull gives you several, depending on the promotion right now, 5 free shares of stock up to 15 free shares of fractional shares of stock. You have to deposit money though. Let's just say it's $100 because it varies. Sometimes it's 50, sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's $2. It all depends. Moo, on the other hand, is the same way, but you'll get 5 to 7-ish free shares of stock. But with them, you have to deposit $100 or more, and then they hold the stocks for 60 days before you can claim them. Either way, get in the game. All of them allow you to buy derivatives of Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, and other cryptos. So if you want the synthetic, or that's what I call it, then you can do it on their platforms. If you want to get the real one, then you need an exchange, which most people would go through Coinbase, or you need MetaMask, or you need wallet, uh, several different types of wallets. So you could do it yourself that way, go through exchanges and whatever. But the point is, get in the game however you can. All right, let's see what else we have. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Thank you. And make sure you share the videos because there's a lot of people that doesn't know the tsunami that's coming. It's out in the ocean right now for them. They're thinking and struggling. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and they don't realize what's coming. They're going to be drowned. This is kind of like, well, I hate to be melodramatic, but I have to be. I feel this is me personally after looking at all the data. This is like Noah's Ark. This is like when people, if you believe in the Bible and the Noah's Ark story where he's out there building this big ass ark And people are like, what are you doing? There's no water around here, and there's no floods coming. What are you doing, madman? You crazy? So he knew something, believed something that other people did not. Not all others, but it did not matter because all others got wiped too, which is very interesting with this storyline, right? Because if you think about it, Noah and his family, they believe in God. Surely there's millions of others that do too. They weren't on the Noah's Ark. I'm just saying. Um, so this is the same thing. It's like if you study and you believe, then you have to act accordingly. But here's the beauty of this. Even if it doesn't happen, guess what? You're still in a good position. You don't lose. That's what the beauty of this is, because you will have your investments in all-time low prices. Just saying. So either way, you win. But I don't think it's going to be that smooth a sailing, ladies and gentlemen. Starting tomorrow, the market's already reacting as if they know already. They do know already, because no legislation has been done or anything legislatively to decrease inflation. It's all spend, tariffs, give loans, print more money. All that's inflationary. So there's nothing to reduce inflation. You can't do an executive order to reduce inflation. You actually have to do something, create more jobs, create jobs that pay livable wages. You have to move something. And without moving it, then that means the only thing that can happen is inflationary things, tariffs, inflationary. It's simple. Printing money by the Federal Reserve is inflationary. The Federal Reserve having a trade desk at Wall Street and buying equities, that's inflationary because you are artificially increasing prices. Just like when corporations are buying their shares of stock. 3 billion here, 6 billion there, 100 billion here, another 150 billion there total into the stock market that has nothing to do with production and making more revenue for the corporation. In order for the stock price to increase, the corporation should make more revenue, profit, right? But they're artificially increasing the price because if I say, hey guys, we're going to buy 100 million shares of Nvidia tomorrow as the company, tomorrow the stock price is going to start rising. And then, of course, mom and pops, us, we're going to be like, oh, yeah, we got to get some more of that Nvidia. So it's a bandwagon that artificially increases the stock price. But did their profits go up? Did their profits go up 10% over the last month or 20? No, their stock price has, though. See, that's where there's an imbalance. So that means it's artificial, printed out of nowhere, no production. That 150 million that I'm using, that's for all companies. They're using that much money. It's not to produce. It wasn't produced to make anything. Nobody bought any item. It's paper. It's thin air. That's inflationary. So that's where the problem comes in. You're putting too many inflationary pieces together in the puzzle. And now there's nothing in the puzzle that says we need to take away the inflationary items, and you're not canceling anything out. That's why I know there's going to be a problem. Every economist would know there's going to be a problem. And being derelict of duty and acting like it's not going to happen, and you're a government, the only reason you're going to act like that is because you're at the top of the pyramid. You have control of all of American citizens' monies. The latest thing right now is an executive order to run your 401ks. Yeah, can you imagine Wall Street banks can now grab corporations 401ks and use that? That would be assets under management. That would be taking derivatives, getting loans. That would be scary. And that also allows them to get loans from the Federal Reserve at low interest rates, at interest only, to go buy up other businesses. So now you're creating monopolies, shrinking who holds the monies. And so far in history, there's not even but one time where the government said, hey guys, we have all this money. You know what? You guys been giving us taxes. Yeah, we're going to make sure that our citizens are taken care of. The only time this has really happened in the modern era was 100 years ago when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came up with Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, all of these things. So people were like, wait a minute, man, when people retire, they should have something. You should have the 401k things came along. All of this was redesigned, and then we F it up over the last 100 years, 120 years, 100 and, 90 years. Sorry, not 100, 90 years. So imagine that. It only took 90 years to F it up. Everybody was going to be taken care of based off of the backs of the work you did and the monies that they took out of your paycheck. It was perfect. But Wall Street got a hold of insurance companies, right? Your senator became legal to bribe them. So things went haywire. And now here we are. Unfortunately, the empire is declining because of it. And where are you going to be? Remember, get something offshore. Open up a bank account on your next trip outside the United States. Take with you your W 2s, your last 3 paychecks, 2 forms of ID, passport and an ID, driver's license, or an ID card from the state. If you own a business and you want to open up any business, you better bring your articles of incorporation, stamped official, get a letter from your bank saying you're in good standing with your bank, Social Security card, physical, need one of them. Every place is different, but that should get you handled for almost any place in the world that would accept a United States citizen to be a banking customer. Open up a bank, put in a few hundred, a thousands, whatever you want to do. So that way you have a debit card, which has the Visa MasterCard logo, because you know it's worldwide. As long as the ATM machine works, you can get dollars of whatever currency wherever you're at. Or some other currency, because some countries has ATMs that have dual currencies. Their country's currency, or you can choose like US dollar in most cases. All right. Just so you know, that's what we do here. We tell you guys what to do because you got to get out of it. You got to build wealth. It's going to be a bumpy ride. You got to get on track now. All right. Oh man, don't even talk about PFAs, man. PFAs is the worst thing. Remember everybody growing up and they're drinking out of the water fountain. I too was doing it because it's crispy clear coming out. There were PFAs in this water supplies, toxic chemical in the soil, which runs into the water supply. Back then, they were light on the information. Agriculture plant poisoned U.S. towns water with PFAs. Lawsuits. Yeah, I saw that one. That one. Yeah, yeah, and the worst part is they're trying to say nope, nope, and nope. People are having leukemia and asthma and cancers and all this, and the court system is like, nah. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? It's clear. You had a factory over there dumping water in the river. Some of that river water goes into the soil underneath and goes into your aquifer. What part of this don't you get? It's like, wait, yeah, so you don't want them to pay billions of dollars in penalties, knowing they were killing people. And how do you have an anomaly? 50, 60% of the population dead or in the midst of dying from tumors or lymphoma or asthma or whatever. It's crazy. Crazy. That's what happens, a declining empire, man. See, again, a lot of people never heard me 40 years ago. I was telling my classmates, I was telling everybody then, I was just telling them, hey, man, we live in a third world country. Don't you guys get this? But of course, it's the roaring 80s where, hell, you got to wear Calvin Kleins and whatever other markers there was for success. Got to get it. Got to buy jean jackets, $200-$300 with special designs on them, and wear Louis Vuitton shoes and all this stuff. Have cool ass cars. Overpay for everything. It's roaring. Tax cut, tax breaks. It's roaring all the time you do tax cut, tax breaks. But then you have to pay the piper. Have a recession, Black Friday in the late 80s. People jumping out of buildings because the stock market plunged so fast, so low. People were killing themselves because they lost everything. They got wiped out. That was just for starters. Savings and loans go out of business. Banks go out of business. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There was a 2008 before 2008. It was 1989 through 1991. Don't get it twisted. It's not over. All right. Some Salisbury, Maryland residents say the contaminated water from Purdue Farms local plant has sickened them. It did. It did. It did. I'm familiar. It must be the article you sent me because I know I read something about that too. It did. It's a cut and dry case, and it's amazing. You're not safe, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's coming to save you. I didn't get a chance to go to Margaritaville on Saturday. It was pouring down, raining. I do plan to go this week. My brother asked me to check as well. Damn. Hey man, what do you mean this weekend? You don't. You're retired. Come on. And by the way, you have incentive. You and your family have incentive. After the resounding success of your first Margaritaville purchase, again, 20, 30% return on your money, you would think you would be the first one they would have called up and been like, hey, we got this stuff. We're sending it right to you if you want to get in on this one. I can't believe I'm listening to post-retirement travel say I have to go on Saturday. This week. He can go any day he wants. All right, man, I'm busting your balls tonight. All right, Eric, you still doing rentals, right? Yes. How is your summer looking? No, my summer is pissing away. Why? Remember, I have Orlando, but we compete with so many different properties. And I don't have any. I have Orange Lake, West Gates, 3 bedrooms even. But people are taking alternatives for me because prices are too close. And I'm not getting anything, but it doesn't matter. Hawaii, I mean, I'm getting like a few things, but it's not like my stuff is not like everything else. Remember, Canadians aren't coming. Where they go? They go California, right? They go in the west. They go to Hawaii. They go to Mexico. They go, but not now, right? I'm West Coast mainly. Florida, yeah, I have stuff in Florida. Nobody's going down there. So again, I'm not doing well at all. In fact, I haven't done well in over a year. And I did go to AR Air ROI. And I started looking at some numbers and I found it very fascinating. There's some people in all parts, a lot of places that have year to date single digit occupancy rates, 7%, 8%. I didn't go to Orlando to look, but it's incredible. I could not believe the number of people that were 1.5, 2.5, 4.5. That's me, by the way. That's me. We're about to hit low season mid to September to mid to October. Consider adjusting nightly rates. That is a good idea. Yeah, I mean, I have something that's been happening. Again, he's in a all-inclusive place that is great, Margaritaville. I do condo timeshare hotel. So mine's a little different because we have HOA, we have maintenance for timeshares. Timeshares have maintenance. What they're doing is a direct correlation with condo owners. Insurance payments are going higher. HOA payments go higher. So now instead of $900 a year or $850, now they're $1,300, $1,400 for your limited time. So that is like a 30 to 40 to 50% increase due to insurance costs, upkeep and maintenance costs. So it's affecting me just like a regular condo is, because now if they're 15 years old, first of all, every 7 years, new furniture. So now that cost is special assessed. So we're in a whole different category than what post-retirement travel is with his bungalow cottage at Margaritaville. They do every seven, or I think it's every 7 years too. 5 to 7 years, you always get your furniture refurbished. That's what you're supposed to do. If you have high occupancy, that's what you need to do. You buy the best furniture and you replace it because you have high occupancy. But for me, I'm with the condos. We're having a hard time because our prices have went up and now we have to charge people more. All my friends called me. A lot of people customers that went with me before, they call me up. Stuff that I would be able to do for them, let's just call it a weekend in Lake Tahoe. And it would be like a 1 bedroom. I'll even use a 2 bedroom because this just came up. A 2 bedroom at the Ridge in Lake Tahoe. My friends have stayed there. It used to be, let's say they went on a weekend, I would charge them like 350, $400 because they're friends of mine. Now you can go look as we speak in the month of August. School starts in the West Coast generally in now, this week. Next week for sure. You can go August 22nd or whatever it was weekend, a 2 bedroom. Now cost, my maintenance is like $1,000. I'm probably exaggerating. It's probably 700 and I think it's 700 and something. 2 nights. Whereas before, that was like the equivalent of around $200, $250. But here's the kicker. So I just add $100 on top because they're friends of mine. And I say, hey man, this is like 900 and some odd dollars. And so they send me a message back and they're just like, we're not staying like 4 or 5 days. And we were talking about like 2 days or something. I sent them back a message and I said, hey, I don't know what to tell you, but it costs more, way more now. So I sent them screenshots of how much a 1 bedroom and a 2 bedroom cost when you have to book direct or online. And a 1 bedroom is $1,036 for 2 nights, and the 2 bedroom is $1,450. That's what they're charging on the open market. It's a cool place, but it ain't that cool. $700 and some dollars per night. It ain't that cool. I mean, it's cool, but it ain't that cool. So there, somebody new who just traveling and that's the going price. To them, it's okay. But for all my older customers, it's like a sticker shock because they're just like, what are you saying? We paid half of what you're saying right now for 2 nights before. And I'm having to show them, it's really been happening. There's inflation. It's happening. Go look it up online. I took screenshots. I sent them to them, and I said, "This is how much they're charging right now for those same nights you want. 1450 for the 2 bedroom you want." So when I said 900 and something for the 2 nights, I'm like, "There's your. I mean, that's almost damn near $600 difference. It's a deal, but it's now I have to pay more for maintenance fees. I got to pay like 800, 779, I think it was. It was crazy. So that's what I'm dealing with, just to be fully transparent because people know I tell you guys, I'm not doing anything, nothing, because I'm in the condo biz, condo timeshare hotel biz, and it's sucking wind for me. I mean, there's going to be times like the F1 in Las Vegas, but see, F1's in November. So yeah, I got 2, 3 because I have 2, 3 units. I can, charge people some stupid money. I mean, it's like 699 a night on a Thursday, no, Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights. Check out Monday, 3 nights, 4 days. Crazy, crazy stuff. But my maintenance fees are still up. So I get to make a nice profit, but not like it was before. Then we have we got something else people started hitting me up about too. It's just I get on these places that like the F1. I'll use the F1 for instance. Can you believe they're charging people for the F1 for the same location at Desert Club Resort 1,000 to 1,099 per night for the 2 bedroom? Crazy. On the open market, a person has to pay for 2 nights $2,200. Crazy stuff. So guys last year booked in advance because I only charged them $699. So maintenance fees are lower. They're around five. What was it? 87, 750, 650, something like that. That's the equivalent of 650 for the whole 3 nights. So it's a nice profit because they're being charged. I could charge $799, but I didn't because I like people to go look online and they're just like, oh my God, this stuff is, oh my God, it would have cost me $3,300. This is only costing us like 2 G's. I like it. So anyhow, that's how you get repeat customers, by the way. Time to service your money making machine. Yeah, man. I've been doing some other stuff too. Speaking of that, it was just last week that I activated some other stuff that I haven't had activated for a while. Because I have like websites and things like that that I've just haven't activated, but I was like, oh man, it's getting down. I'm in the I'd say I'm at the 1.5% to 2.5% occupancy rate across the board. But I have so many pieces, but still, that's not enough to maintain anything. So I'm like, because I have to pay for the other stuff. So it's not good. It's bad, quite frankly. I have to be candid, ladies and gentlemen. I can't win them all. But that's why we have to readjust. Just like he's saying, I got to readjust. I had to open up some other avenues that I haven't used in a while. Like Eric's Arc of Financial Freedom. There you go, man. That's it. An article from Dominican Today paper. The French President Macron to visit DR in 2026 to inaugurate Santiago monorail project, which will be funded by the French Development Agency. Pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That is real cool. Um, Again, I'm bearish on the Dominican Republic after being bullish for 6 years, 5.5, 6 years. I am now bearish. And the only reason I'm bearish is because I look at numbers. Somebody can tell me anything. I don't go by that. I go by, we have 80% of the population living paycheck to paycheck in USA, 85% living paycheck to paycheck in Canada. The top two, 60 to 65% of the tourists that go to DR are from ta-da, USA and Canada. So there will be a drop off. And since they are the top two countries that get 60% of the travel, just a 10% drop, that ends up being over, if I have my numbers right, it's going to be 2 point something million. So that would be like 240 to 300,000 less people. They have to make that up, but that's not just making it up because Americans and Canadians spend the most when they're on vacation compared to other countries. So that's where the problem comes in. Even if you bring in the exact same number from another country, they don't stay as long and they don't pay as much. So now you're going to have a serious decline on tourist number and the amount of money spent on the island, which does nobody any good because they too are using the USA system of debt, 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 and giving the rich tax cuts and tax breaks instead of paying for their infrastructure and everything else. So again, I'm not a fan of these. I'm not a fan. The French president Macron, he's going to visit. Yes, they're doing the development agency. Yes, but it's just the monorail system. That's it. The guys got paid off in the government. The monies got spent to get it up and operational, and people pay. Meanwhile, the company that built it got tax cut tax breaks. So they lose out on that millions of dollars of tax they should have received. The Dominican people don't make no more than around 11.5 annual salary wage. So you can't tax them to get all that money back. So where's the money going to come from? And where's the repair bills and whatever? To me, it's setting itself up for a problem. That again, you guys know how I feel about it. So yeah, he's coming, you get the press clippings, but that's not going to help anything. The press clippings doesn't bring people who don't have money to come. So you by the way, not post-retirement travel, EV Place. I think you're the one that sent me the Caribbean article, right? Hey, Eric, have you tried to store crypto on your unstoppable domains? Yes. Yes. You put in, okay, so ericbird.crypto. Yes, I do have ericbird.crypto. We also have Stop Struggling Now. Crypto. Um, .com. Yeah, you so I would give you, let's say, stopstrugglingnow.crypto, right? So you can send crypto, whatever you want, 300 different type cryptos. In the back end on Unstoppable Domains, you put in your real address. So it does like a transaction in the background. That's what it actually does. You could also do a website, by the way. It's on the blockchain. Just saying. But it's minor. You can't hold a lot of memory on there, but you still have it. It's on the blockchain, which now means can't be removed. Just saying. It was supposed to be for the future, right? Make the blocks bigger, have more memory. So then you can actually have websites or videos and whatever you wanted on there. And then no government can say, take it down. They can say, we're going to come and arrest you if we can find you, but they can't call up an ISP and go, take it down. There's no ISP. Can't threaten them because that's basically what they do too. They threaten the ISP take it down or we're going to sue you or jail you or whatever. And then the ISP goes, okay, we'll take it down for you. That's what generally happens. But in this case, that's why long ago we said unstoppable domains, ladies and gentlemen, because they used to also do free minting on the Polygon network. I don't know if they still do that. You know what? I haven't even talked about unstoppable domains in so long. Thank you so much for bringing it up. You're right. Here we go. Thank you. I got to add this into the repertoire. I forgot all about it, quite frankly, because we've had it for 4 or 5 years using that. Just saying. I put something in the chat room for all you guys that want to know about unstoppable domains. That's right. No ISP. You can put a website, build a nice small one, maybe 3 pages, 4 pages, not much, memory or gigabytes, but still get yourself familiar. Let me put it in let me do it this way. I forgot all about it. Thank you, Brian P. This is a blast from the past. Yeah, I haven't even been over there in so long. Wow. Thank you for mentioning this. Unstoppable dot wait. Oh, I thought it was .com. Oh no, it's unstoppable domain. Yeah, there we go. Unstoppabledomains.com. I put a link in the chat room so everybody can get a link. Yes, it's an affiliate link. So show some love. But I forgot all about that. Oh, yeah. Stop struggling now.nft, ssnlifestyle.crypto. I even have my daughter's names .crypto and all that. Yeah. Back in the day when they had those special promos, they probably still do. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. Here, let me go pull this up. Get $5.com's every. Oh, forget that. Oh, they want me to update my password. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Ay, ay, ay. They're sending me a verification code. Yeah, they're getting to it. This seems to be the way of the world these days. Authentication until the hackers get you. And they authenticate for you. All right. Okay. Speaking of hackers, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you hack the system. Get your stocks, dividends, get those stocks that pay you, get your gold, silver, a little bit of it, get your crypto in all type of formats. And I'm glad Mr. Dividend mentioned unstoppable domains because that would be some good things to have. Just for the future is what we said 3, 4, 5 years back. You never know what's going to happen. And what happened? We just took this one president to go, I'm all in on crypto because I can make billions of dollars with my own coin. That's all it took with the Trump coin. Right? So there you go. Nobody knows who the investors were because it is somewhat anonymous. But you can still track every wallet, even if you don't know who it is. Sooner or later, it would reveal itself. Come on. Okay, here we are. My domains, which I completely forgot all about. Oh, yeah, my daughters.crypto, me.crypto, ssnlifestyle.crypto, ssnlifestyle.nft. Yeah, 2021, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about this. September. Oh, my. February. ssnnation.crypto, ssnnation.nft. Stop struggling now.crypto, stop struggling now.nft. All those. Wow. That's enough. We never know what was going to happen. So we were doing this since 2021 just in case. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Go over and check it out. Actually, there's some people selling their .cryptos. Love .crypto. Make an offer, 250,000 asking price. That's crazy. Silver.crypto, 44,000 asking price. Canada.crypto, 20,000. I mean, that's funny. Player.x. Right, there's a .x, there's a .nft, there's so many different. You know what? Hold on a second. Let me do something. They added .fun, .xyz, .net.org. Never mind. Those are on the, that's not what you want. .eth, .wallet, .crypto, .x, .unstoppable. There you go. Those are the popular ones and showing all. So that's what choices you have right now. The .com, .net, .org, and probably the .io, those are going to be internets. So we don't want those. You don't want those. You're going to have to pay an annual fee. Oh, by the way, Unstoppable Domains, you don't pay an annual fee. It's a one-time payment. So, like right now, I'll put in ericbird.crypto. I mean, Eric Bird search. Let me see how much they charge right now. Because I only have it under certain ones. Let's see what's available. Just to give you guys an idea. Okay. .fun. $2. .xyz. $3.60. .net, obviously. These are DNSs. I don't want that. So forget any of those. Those are all on the web. Web 3, as they call it. .x, $40. .nft, $20. ericbird.unstoppable, $2. ericbird.eth, $10. And then we're back to ericbird.com DNS, already taken. All right. So that's what choices you have, ladies and gentlemen. Give you an idea. Then they give me some other ones. danielbird.crypto, enriquebird.wallet. Forgot about the wallet. .wallet is $20. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. And people will send you money, like you can put in your wallet all of 300 plus crypto tokens and coins it will accept. So again, you don't have to send over an alphanumeric character. You could just say your name.crypto if you're lucky enough to get it, or your name.x. And that's easier than giving somebody some alphanumeric transactions, right? A lot easier. And that's the preferred choice. So we were ahead of the game, ladies and gentlemen, and you're still ahead of the game because the United States is a little behind. So there you go. Thank you. Hey, Eric, have you stored crypto? Yes. There you go. There we go. Glad you brought it up because now that I realize that we were talking about this since February of 2021. When they used to have sales where you can get your .crypto, .nft, .x, they used to have .888 until they sold it off and made a deal with somebody. They had all kind of things back then. But either way, that's where you need to go. That's another one of those in case anything happens. For instance, Coinbase. That's out of San Francisco. That means they have to be regulated by the United States. If all of a sudden they have a problem with Coinbase and they hem up Coinbase and the people that have them as a custodial wallet or anything like that, you're tied up. Whereas if you have your own unstoppable domain and you're receiving money there, that's not on Coinbase. It's on the blockchain. All you need is to get to the website, internet. Getting to the internet is a little easier than having your exchange shut down and they're going, "I'm sorry, we'll get back with you later." All right, there you go, Eric. I was reading about the challenge Caribbean islands have with the sargassum phenomenon along the coastlines. Another reason for bad things. They are not dealing with it very well. This can impact our competitiveness with other countries with beautiful beaches. It is. It does. This is and again, this is my pet peeve when a government starts acting like we don't want to allow you to talk about us. That's what the DR was floating. They were like, wait, we might arrest influencers who say negative things about us. I'm like, because you are doing negative things. What do you mean? Sargasm is one of them. You have to spend a ton of money to clear it up because just because today you cleared it up doesn't mean it's not there next week. And that takes heavy equipment because we're in the sand by the beach and it's toxic. So it's not like you can just go in there and get some shovels in your sandals and doing whatever. No, that stuff staying on your clothes or you is bad for your health. So they got to dispose of it somewhere. And it's beaches all over the island. We're not talking about 2 miles, we're talking about hundreds of miles. And that takes a cleanup effort. And unfortunately, they don't have the tax base. And they're continuously still giving out the comforteur, which means the guys who are spending the most money aren't getting taxed. How are you building 200, $300 million hotels, allowing them to have comforteur, get a little bit of import duties from here or there, and then your tax base, which is your population, average wage is 11,500 annually, and you're already taxing them 18% of that. So really, net is even lower. So, and they don't have any money. They're not the ones that's going to be spending $1,000 a week. They can't afford that. So the tourists are. So that now their next move is they're going to charge Airbnbs eventually because the money that they're not getting from the comfort tour, they're going to put it on the back of the other guys, the low guys, us. They're going to go, hey, you guys are going to have to pay 18% now. Airbnb, which now means we're going to be at the jeopardy of will this 18% increase? That's what I'm predicting. It hasn't happened yet, but that 18% increase, are people willing to pay that? On top of the additional costs for the airlines. And history says no. Just saying. Just saying. But you're right about the beautiful beaches, man. It's bad. 700 for maintenance. What kind of maintenance? Is that the condo maintenance fee for cleaning the place? You have to be kidding me. To charge me 250 regardless of the number of nights. Yeah, man. I'm talking about that's the equivalent of my cleaning fee, the cost of having my HOA type of money fee, all of it, man. It's like they're doing crazy stuff. Crazy. They're doing that right there, 250. But how I do it is it's different than what you may be doing it. How I do it is whatever it costs me annually, I actually put that into the week, the weeks of use. That's what I do. So if I do 3 weeks, it ends up being a smaller amount. But I'm just going by for each week that I have. I know for certain locations what they are. So I'm going by, yeah, that includes my cleaning fee, the housekeeping, like you're saying. That includes the energy fee of whatever. I already have to pay it. So it's already in the equation. So that's how we do it. That's how I do it, anyhow. So I have a different number based on that. That's why my number's different. That's why when you saw 700, you're like, what's this dude talking about here? No, I break it down for what I'm using and for what I owe. So if it costs me $800, right? And then I say, well, I only do 7 nights, then that means I spent $700, right? Out of the 800. So that's how I calculate it. So, and then if I have, because some of these are timeshare operations and things like that. So then it's like each one is 777 but I'm only using 2 nights, but I still count it as a different value. So that's why it's higher than what you may think. So don't be alarmed. It probably really is like 200. It's probably yeah, it's like 200. If I had 2 nights, it'd be like $200. 200 to 250. It'll be the same. How you calculated it really is like 200, 250. But I count it for the whole time frame, even though I only use 2 nights or 3 nights. So basically, just so everybody, I do things a little differently sometimes because when I calculate it that way, I pretty much have everything paid off. And so then when they do the other 4 or 5 nights, then it's almost like free and clear. So now all of a sudden it's like you get to keep the 1,000, 1,200, right? It's just in my brain. I've always been doing it that way. So yeah, don't be alarmed. It's along those same numbers you have for real, but I do calculations differently because I like to. Because here's what I do. Because of expenses, I actually prepay. So when I do one transaction, I take almost 80%, 70%, something like that, and I pay it forward. So so now when the next one comes, I really only owe maybe 20 or 30%. And so I just keep more profit on the backside on the second one. That's basically how I do it. Because keep in mind, I have other situations. Unlike post retirement travel and most people, I have other units that do not get booked. So I'm like a condo hotel in essence, so to speak. So for the 10 that's booked, the 2 that's not, they got to get paid too. So that's why I do my payments differently because I have to pay everything. So that's why I keep the bulk of it going to what they say, spend all your money on your investment. Keep a little bit of the profit. That's how I do it. Same similar type of thing. So my number's higher. There's a reason why. All right, Eric, what percentage of a nightly rate do you keep? What other fees do you have besides maintenance? None. None. No other fees. None. Once it's paid, and there's no other fees. And the people, they get to no fees for them. All they do is show up, just like what happens at Margaritaville. Show up, give them a name, check in, put a card down, which is the coolest thing, and don't have to worry about housekeeping, don't have to worry about nothing. There's no, and that's what happens with the Airbnbs. People call, they actually hit me up and call. They're just like, hey, I got like 4 towels in the room and I got like 4 beach towels, but can I get some more towels? Can I get some more? I'm like, oh man, yeah, just pick up the phone in the room. Tell them to bring you up an extra 4 towels. I'm like, that's the coolest thing. It's like, it's on demand. Just call up and get the extra 3, 4 towels. It's all good. You know, we need some more beach towels. Call up housekeeping. Tell them to drop you some. And that they're shocked because that's not how most Airbnbs operate, right? So, uh, so I've always been, like I said, I've been in condo timeshare environment, condo timeshare hotels. That's what I've always done. And there's a reason, just so you guys know, full transparency. The reason I did that, my friends back in the day, I've been doing that for 30 years. Back in the day, my friends would be like, hey, man, why you do those things like that? I said, number one, they're in commercial zone. So therefore, they can never be taken away from you. There was no Airbnb at the time in 1990s, 1992 or 3 or 5 or anything like that. Airbnb didn't come out till 2012. Well, they came out in like 2010 in San Francisco Bay Area, which, by the way, we can't win them all. Uh, Uber also. $25,000. I can't remember how many shares it was in 2010. And I was like, come on, man. Somebody's going to get in a car. You know, don't get in a car with strangers. Come on, man. Somebody's going to come pick me up. I don't know who they are. I'm supposed to get in their car. That's right. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, 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 no. We're surrounded by Oakland Bay area, Modesto, Stockton, Compton. No, man. Got too many killers on the loose. But anyhow, yeah, it was $25,000 for maybe I don't know, maybe it was 100,000 shares or something. I don't know. It was something crazy. But again, the idea of somebody's going to come pick you up, get in their car that you don't know, and they're going to take you to a destination was just wild. And I was like, no, stop, not going to do that. And kind of laughed in his face, and he goes on about his business because he done heard about 1,000 laughs in his face. But then, slowly but surely, people started giving him money. Then it was 50,000. Then it was 100,000. Then it was 250. Then it was like 500,000. Then Uber, for instance, didn't go public for until what 2018, 2019, something like that. So that means you had to sit and wait, get diluted for 9 years, something like that. I think Airbnb, same. I didn't get an opportunity for that, but Airbnb called me in 2012 because they were doing sleep on the couch thing. It wasn't what do you know it is today. It was people going on their couches, couch surfing. That was the idea. People had a room or a living room. People could couch surf or go in the room, and that's it. And then in 2012, I got a call from Airbnb, and they're like, "Hey, we heard that you have places to stay that are they still were talking in the bedroom units. Like you might have places that people can stay in the bedroom, and they're actually condos and this, that, and the other." I said, "Yeah." And so I said, "Yeah," but I'm still skeptical. I'm like, "Yeah, I heard about you guys. I know you guys do this couch surfing stuff." And that's when the guy keeps talking like, "Yeah, man, how many units do you have? I heard you might have about 10 units or something like this." Well, I can't remember exactly, but he just said, "Yeah, we heard you got 10, 15 units, whatever." And I start like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, something like that, but so far you're not telling me what's happening with the what are you offering?" And that's when he says, "Oh, yeah, you advertise for free on our platform. We get the customers. We're going to charge you, or yeah, charge you 3%." So I was like, "Okay, 3%. Are you seriously telling me charge people $1,000 and you're just going to take $30?" He says, "Yeah." I start laughing, and I'm like, "Okay, come on, man, come on." I said, "Okay, what's the other catch to this?" I said, "Do I have to pay an annual fee to you or anything like that?" He says, "No, no, we just starting out." I said, "Yeah, I heard of you guys, but you're cow surfing." He goes, "But not anymore. We're trying to figure out. We that's why I'm calling." Actually, it was a lady though, wasn't a guy. And he goes, and she goes, uh, "How many of these units do you really have?" I said, "How many do you need?" She says, "What? What do you mean? How many do you need?" I said, "Well, I actually do like condo, timeshare, hotels." She still didn't understand what I was saying. She goes, "Okay, so how many nights in rooms can you do?" I said, "No, how about this? I can do the whole unit. I have 100 I can put on there this week." She's like, "Oh my God, are you serious right now?" I said, "Yeah, I'm serious, 100. This week I'll have them up for you. Send me over. I checked out your platform. It seems pretty straightforward. She goes, yeah, you just put in their available dates, put in the amount you want. It was easy. It was a hell of a lot easier than it is now. And which is one of my pet peeves, by the way, with them. Because they actually made it more difficult when before it was just you put in your pictures, you put in some other things, and you could actually do your dates on the same page. It wasn't separate. Your listings, your calendar, and everything, you could, like, I'll give you a perfect example. Let's just say we want to do dynamic pricing. I could go in and go, just what we were talking about from post retirement travel earlier when he said, hey, Eric, um, dy- uh, get your rates for after like August 15th. And I used to do rates August 15th through like the week before Thanksgiving. And then I know November veterans would have their 3 day weekend. And there's another one. But anyhow, I would do my dynamic and it was all on one page. It would be like I could actually mark off August 15th through November 15th, change the prices for the daily and the weekly. I would have to still go back in and change that Sunday night for the 3 day weekends separately, but all on one screen. It allowed me to do it. Now I have to go to listings and add pictures. Now I have to then get out of there and to do the calendar. I got to go to calendar and do the calendar separate. Then I have to go put in the pricing and it's not the same. I could put in stuff 2, 3, 4 years out, and then I could put seasons. So I never had to do any seasonal changes again, other than update the price about 10%. That's all I would do. And everything was locked. That's it, just from that sitting. So that's why you could do everything in less than 5 minutes. So yeah, it would take me to do 100 of them. I would do 10, 12 an hour. So basically, it was just like 4 or 5 days later, I had 100 up. But I can't do that now with the way they have it now because there was no check this box for uh, the fire alarms. Check this box if you have cameras. Check this box if you got. None of that was in there. None of it. Um, so it was a lot easier. And their like I say, their app was so much easier back then. Now it's convoluted. It's ridiculous. But nonetheless, that's how it all started with them. And then, of course, I was the primetime guy. And I don't know if you guys know this, and some of you might, but back then, because I was what they would call the super host, but they didn't have a title. So imagine this: post retirement travel, EV place, anybody that does rentals. Imagine this: you have the month of September booked up, or let's call it 3 weeks are booked up. The 3 weeks that are booked up is, let's say it's 10,000, right? $10,000. Can you believe back in the day they sent me half of it up front? I would have 5,000 up front for what was booked next month. That made things also easier because now all fees are paid, your gift baskets, you could do crazy stuff. Half of it was paid, and they had strict cancellations. If a person canceled and it was on strict, they I think it was 90 days or 6 months. I can't remember. It was a long way out. 90 days, let's call it 90 days. 90 days out. If a person made a reservation 90 days or less, 100% guaranteed. So all my stuff was on strict. If they made a payment outside of 90 days, 50% non-refundable. That's what strict was back then. So all my stuff was strict because my prices, people would go online, they would see how much it costs. I'm 30 to 50% less than what they would have to pay in the open market. So people were like, oh my God. So it was working out beautifully for up until the 2021 pandemic. All right. Ever since then, it's been a clusterfuck. All right. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The long story, normally reserved for Friday night live streams. All right. Time's up. Financial freedom, ladies and gentlemen, is in jeopardy. Get your, oh, there we go. Crypto.com. Excuse me. Sorry. All right. I picked up 2 domains back then when it was buy one, get one free. Exactly, Brian P. That's exactly what it was. That's why I got all mine. Not all, a lot. Like I got my daughters, I got the SSN lifestyle, the stop struggling now, the NFT. That's why those are just those two .crypto.nft because it was 2 for 1. Exactly right. Exactly right. They would have they had that up until like 2022. Every now and then they would do buy one get one free, but that was like once a year. So I did the same thing. So I was like, what am I doing? Let me get my daughters their stuff just in case. Maybe 20 years from now they'll say thank you. I'm glad he did it. It's looking that way. All right. I'm going to wrap this up. I went on a long story tangent because I got off track on Time's Up financial freedom. Not if you're rich, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you need to buy wealth, even when there's blood in the streets. What do we mean by that in case you're new here? When the stock market is red. In fact, speaking of that, why don't we just go look and see? Is it red, right? I'm pretty sure it's going to be red because people are anticipating inflation going up. And inflation going up means the odds of the Federal Reserve reducing rates is not good. And the Wall Street tears know this. They're going, oh, no, our debt can't get refinanced. We were counting on those 2 rate cuts. This is a problem. That means we can't restructure our debt the easy way. Now we got to go negotiate. Man, that isn't what's happening. I'm having all kind of problems over here. I guess I have too many windows open. But don't forget to check out. I wanted to see what's happening with the market right now. Even with Trump extending the tariffs, which is a joke anyhow. I mean, it's all negotiations, but saying that a deal's done is crazy. When they're making these grandiose deals, all the deals, EU, Japan, and all these guys are still negotiating, which is crazy. Okay, Dow Jones is up a little, but S&P and NASDAQ is down a little. So they're basically little change. We're talking about less than 2%. I mean, 0.2%. So it's nothing. It's nothing. They're just waiting, which I don't know why they're waiting. We know what it's going to be. By the way, the U.S. 10-year yield is now into the 4.28s. We've been in the 4.2s for the last couple of weeks. Down from 4.5, down from 4.4, down from 4.3. That will help you move down the mortgage rates, but that's not going to help you overall because people are going to start selling. Countries are going to start selling their treasuries. If it goes under 3.9 or under 4.0, it's going to be a sell-off. And that will not be good for the United States. Some people are going to cheer it, but it's not good. Okay. Somebody called E.G. Antoni as Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner. So I guess he has a new lackey that tomorrow you know why he had to put him in, right? The numbers are coming out tomorrow, which are going to be 3.0 to 3.4. And this guy's gonna say something stupid. I shouldn't be that derogatory towards this person. Maybe they're gonna realize that this is what the report is, and because that's all he does is report what he gets off by everybody sending it to him. Then he just says this is the numbers. He never was the one changing anything, nor was the lady. So we're gonna find out tomorrow which camp this person is in, because we know it's already. I'll put it this way: they already admitted it's 0.3% more at the middle of the month, of the middle of July. So that's how I know it's already going to be 3.0 minimum, because it was 2.7 last in June. So it's going to be either 3.0 to 3.4. So either it's going to be zero point 0.3 and something happened towards the end of the month of July and it's zero point 0.4 or zero point 0.5, but it damn sure is not going to be less than 2.7. That's for sure. So if the guy comes and says, "Oh, it's 2.4," okay, and now you're going to lose. The rest of the world's going to be like, not according to our numbers. This is what's he saying right now? That's still inflation, but 2.5 to the layman, they're going to go, "Oh, that's not bad," but to everybody else that knows it's supposed to be 3 point something, that's bad, because now we can't trust what the information is coming out of the government. Way off, and that will be a problem moving forward. How do you mess up a country? This is one way, by putting in people are already guessing that it's going to be not legitimate, which is he hasn't done anything yet. So we're going to find out. If he says something crazy like 2.7, 2.5, 2.1, like they hijacked the GDP data, that was messed up as well. Going around the world talking about you're going to do trade deals, and then you're saying this country's going to give us 600 million, this country's going to invest 700 million in the United States or buy energy, and going, that was Japan, EU, and South Korea. Hundreds of millions of dollars they're going to invest in the United States. Now they use those hundreds of millions of dollars as business investments and add that to the business investment side. That creates a higher number over the import loss and the export loss. So now it makes it appear that the GDP is higher than what it is, when in fact they haven't sent any money, they haven't agreed to send any money. So, I mean, in fact, they made announcements saying, no, we're not doing that. But because we're in America, they allowed them to, they're using it as part of their equation. And that's not what you should do. So that will be revised down. And by how much, who knows? But now we don't trust whatever it's revised down to. All right. Oh, no. He's from the Heritage Foundation. Oh, no. And he's been a critic of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Oh, no. And now they're saying he's a highly respected economist, Dr. E.G. Antoni. I, he said they already said he's been against the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So he doesn't believe the numbers are legit. Mm, this will be interesting. We're going to know in 24 hours. This could impact our investments, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I'm telling you, you need to get everything in order, because with the way this little regime is running, you never know what shoe's coming to drop. But you do need to hold the same assets that the rich people hold, the wealthy. That's what you need to hold. Everything, the same thing, because they're the ones that's going to keep rising, because they're the ones that's in government now. They're oligarchs. They get to manipulate all of the markets. So you want to be riding those markets. Let's call it what it is. I hate to be sounding like this, but it's the truth. My bad rhetoric, but That saves everybody by saying the truth. Now you know how you should be thinking about investing and why I say offshore as well. Even though we're talking about DR, hey, business and bank accounts in the Caribbean Ocean. It's got to be. I can not swim, but get on a boat to get there, even if my passport's shut off. I'm just saying. All right. And I still have cards, can have an address there, everything. So you can still get mail. All I'm saying is protect yourself at all costs. You never know what's going to happen in the next 90 days. I'm just saying. It's going to get crazy. All right. I'm going to wrap this up. I didn't mean to be on so long, giving a long ass story, but time's up, ladies and gentlemen. Your financial freedom could be in jeopardy. It's over, quite frankly. Now you have to earn it the old fashioned way by investing. You can't sit on the sidelines and watch this parade go by, because otherwise, let's just put it this way. You're going to be squashed like a bug if you don't have assets. And especially if you don't have unlimited amount that you can get, which Unstoppable Domains, I'm glad Brian P. mentioned this. You should get that. They're 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks, whatever it is. It's a one-time payment. All right. Don't get a web thing. Don't do .com, .net, .org and all that stuff. You want the .crypto, .nft, .x, .wallet, what one of those, .eth. ETH costs though, because but all I'm saying is it costs only because of the transaction fees. It costs more. So, but those are the ones you want. You want to get those 5, 10, 20 bucks, spend the 40 bucks and get two of them. Hell, get your family some, spend 100 bucks, 50 bucks, whatever, but get something which is independent of the United States government. Everything you have right now, the United States government can take. They can lock up your bank accounts. They can lock up your brokerage accounts. They can shut down your Wi-Fi. They can shut down your cell phones. Remember, your cell phones have a tracking number. And turn it off. Big Brother is watching. They haven't utilized this thing, but the guys at hand can't even stand protesters, which is a constitutional right. As long as, of course, you're not, throwing Molotov cocktails and breaking windows. Peaceful protests is constitutional. But now you get arrested, detained for weeks, and nobody can find you because you've been moved to a whole nother state. This is bad. Just saying. When you start taking your rose-colored glasses off and understand that a government is acting like Hitler, exactly what he did. How can you just sit idly by and go like, oh yeah, no biggie? No, you better make a decision. Everybody here, I want to thank you so much, because you guys, we've been talking about this for 5 years. So you guys are already ready. A lot of you guys already have real estate outside the U.S. You have bank accounts outside the U.S. You have businesses outside the U.S. So you guys are already ready. So congratulations. All these other people who don't know about what the underlying situation is, and they want to believe one thing, but not understand it's all about economics all the time. So when somebody says, I want to control the government, that's because of economics. I'm bringing my friends, and we're going to control the government and the purse strings. So now that I control the purse strings, I can starve you and make you do something. I can shut off whatever I want to make you comply. Well, see, I'm not a good guy that complies. My whole life, I've never complied. That's why I have my own protocols of I have to have stuff outside the US. I have to have cards. I have to have access to things outside of the US that US does not control. So as long as I have internet, then I can still operate, still make money, still get paid, no matter where I am on the planet. That's why Mr. Worldwide, Brian P., myself, EV Place, and a slew of others in the SSN Nation can actually go anywhere they want to, anytime they want to, because we make money without being in our location that we live in, reside at. Doesn't matter where we reside, we still make money. As long as we have internet. As long as I have internet. But we can get internet because that's out. Another country has their own access points. What are they going to do? US is going to be like, oh, we got so many expats living over in this country. We're going to shut your internet off, make it difficult for you. No, not going to happen. Not going to happen. And even then, so what? I'll go across the border to another country. What are you doing? So make sure you have options is all I'm going to say. Think about all the people from the Great Depression, the Great Recession. Think about no options. What options did people have? Their homes prices are going down. They felt they should walk away, a large percentage of people. You don't want to be in that situation, really. So that's why you got to pay down your debt before December 2026. That's only 1 month, 4 years from now. I mean, 1 year, 4 months from now. And things could happen sooner. So build your wealth faster is all I can say now. Time is of the essence. It's no longer like I'm even feeling like 1 year, 4 months is going to cut it, because this administration is moving so fast to infiltrate the everything, the whole structure of our financial system and our laws. Constitution broken. It does not matter. Whatever our norms are and whatever laws for those norms, they're being broken, and they're going, take me to court. And Supreme Court is complying. They're saying, we'll just stay the order. So in other words, the illegal activity you're doing, until somebody sues us, you can keep doing that. And then we'll wait for somebody to come up to the Supreme Court, or the one we accept to come to the Supreme Court to sue us. Well, that's traditionally 6 months to a year later. So he's able to operate with impunity because, remember, a sitting president now has immunity, apparently, of some sort, even going against our Constitution. Which, by the way, I want to say this last thing because this is imperative as well. Because if you want to protect your right to make money and not have it stolen by the government, you might want to start getting up to speed. This thing that happened in Texas that they're making a big hullabaloo about, where the Democrats left the legislature out of the state. And here's the reason, is because of a quorum. If anybody knows anything about an HOA, or when you're in a corporation and you have your stockholders meeting, nothing can be conducted unless you have X amount of people there from the stockholders, for instance, or in this case, legislatures. That's a quorum. So the reason you leave is to make sure there's no quorum, so therefore you can't pass any laws. Okay? So that's what it's all about. Now, the real deal is, do you know that you cannot redistrict under our Constitution once every 10 years? 2020, you can redistrict. You have to wait till 2030. The GOP in Texas and other states are trying to redistrict now. That is against our Constitution. So the fact that they were actually going to do it, knowing it's against the Constitution, should be a red alarm bell, because these guys do not care about any constitutional rights, any constitutional laws. They keep breaking them. And sitting here idly going, I'm with this team or that team. You should be Team USA, Team Constitution, because that is what built this awesome country unlike any other. The nation of immigrants with these constitutional laws and rights. And we became the biggest power on the planet. And now some idiots want to destroy it, and they're doing one hell of a job putting the money in the hands of a few. That's not good. And the Roman Empire ended the same way. Unfortunately, the British Empire ended the same way. The French Empire ended the same way because they got government control. They can control all the money. And after that happens, the people are left starving. You heard of the old saying, let them eat cake. That's where it comes from, the old times when the king, queens, people are starving and they would say, let them eat cake. Let's have a games. The Roman games. People are starving in the streets, but let's bring them entertainment. All seriousness, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. You and your families are potentially in trouble. Some of you are going to do better than others, but I'm going to tell you right now, protect yourself, get some trust in your life. TRUST, a trust. Why? Because the wealthy people have trust. You should too. All right? It's that simple. You put your house in a trust. Consider it. Go talk to somebody, a planner. I can't get Darcy on. She's busy. She got in an accident. She's going to therapy. She's got other things. Her mother passed away, and then they've got family problems because their mother had a freaking trust. But in her trust, she made the fatal mistake of not outlining exactly what she wanted. She used to tell them, and hey, I was in the room too. She told me I'm in the room with them. She would say, if once I pass away, I gave the trust to my son and my daughter. You're both beneficiaries. And I want the house to stay in the family for as long as you can so the trust, the house is in the trust. But that part that she said, I want the house in the family forever, is not in the trust. Her brother, because the house is worth about, I don't know, 450, 500, bought for around 150. So her brother wants to sell the house, and she doesn't, citing what everybody knows, even him. Mom never wanted to sell the house, so it was going to be the family house where everybody can come. So now, lawsuit. And as you guys know, just like if you have a will, and that's open-ended trust, I can go down to the court and pay $5,000 and force the sale under probate, even though they're not in probate. But now they end up in probate-esque scenario because he wants to sell the house. Now the court gets involved because the trust does not have any instruments or say any language that the house was never to be sold, supposed to stay in the family. The court would have said, well, this is a trust. It says it has to stay in the family. You can't sell it. Get out my courtroom. But because it does not say that, and he's a beneficiary, he gets to go to court to try to address his problem. And the court is probably going to side with him because you can pay to force sale when you are a beneficiary and there's two of you. Same as if you had a will or no will. And siblings are left, and somebody says, I want to keep the house. The other person says, I want to keep the house. All one of them has to do, $5,000, partition, and you split the proceeds. So that's why you want to have a trust and you want to write it according to what you want. Don't leave stuff open-ended. but you still need one. And we'll talk about a little more of that now that I see that we have to start moving up the urgency scale. I was really going to get into trust in about a month or so because I got to go see my aunt, make sure she's fine. She's still alive, but not walking, not where she needs to be. But we haven't been there, so I got to go back and hopefully put an end to her misery, so to speak. And I'm going to be there. I anticipate a month at least. Hopefully, I can, before I leave, though, my goal is to have her walking. That's my goal, to get her walking. So we'll see what happens. Post retirement travel says if you aren't investing in the stock market or real estate, you won't make it. He's right. You're destined to work for the rest of your life. Hey, it's that simple. I keep telling youngsters, and they think I am crazy. I know. This is the problem. People don't know the stats. They just take it for granted. They just listen to the news says, oh, it was only 2.7% year over year inflation, but when you go to the store, it's not. They say, oh, don't worry. They're doing an executive order for this. They're making stuff for that. They made these great trade deals. And it's like, did you look at the trade deals? That's looking like Americans are going to pay 15% more, and anything a company exports out because of a reciprocal tariff, their citizens are going to pay 15% more. So their citizens are going to buy less. The United States citizens are going to buy less from that country, and the cost of living is higher in the USA. So less products being sold means employees got to go. So it's a bad cycle, and we have somebody for whatever reason keeps going down this path, and he has people to help him. Just go look up McKinley, people. All right, that's the first, 1890. Then go look up Herbert Hoover, which is, interestingly enough, how dumbass do you have to be to actually be alive in 1890s, have a person do tariffs, do the same crap, blast up the market, blast it to smithereens. People are out of work. Great Depression won. And 30 years later, a guy goes, I know, I'll do the same thing. In 1920, I'm going to do the same thing as that McKinley guy. I'm just like, how? And now we have another person that says, I know, I'm going to do what Herbert Hoover did and what McKinley did. What could go wrong? How does this happen? And you have people backing this crap. This is dire straits financially. But we got to play with the big boys. The number one rule I've always had when I was growing up doing my businesses, I always stayed with whatever genre the wealthy are in, I want in. Like I said, the last one was the oil thing. I got sidetracked on the oil a little bit, but I'm still thinking I'm going to be in. I thought I was in for sure, but then when I had my meeting last week, I found out that they're doing things like I was actually going to do. I was out there I already had my lineup with the looking for brokers. Now I find out they use brokers. Now I find out there's an ecosystem, how they do their ecosystem. And I was like, damn, well, I can't have the same brokers as you if I'm going to be part of this conglomerate, because it does me no good. We're all going to be on the same type field. I don't want that. So now I was looking for other brokers myself because I like to control something, right? But anyhow, you're right about the youngsters. This is what I used to, when I was much younger, I used to tell my coworkers. I would tell them almost similar things. I'd say, get yourself a business. They'd be like, oh no, I got to work. I don't want to do that. I'm not a business person. I said, no, that's not the point. You may not think you're a business person, but prices are going to keep rising. This is in the 80s. Prices are going to keep rising. So either we have to continue to get that. At the time, inflation was like it was small. So they would always give us like 3 to 5% raise or something like that. So that was good enough. That would beat pretty much what was going on. So people were comfortable. They were like, why did I do that? I put money in my 401k. When I retire, I'll have money and everything's going to be fine. I said, yeah, but see, you're going to live past 1920 or 2020. You're going to live past 2010. And they're like, what does that mean? I said, you live in a third world country. You just don't know it yet. And they look at me with this blank stare like, what's this? What's this young dude? What's he talking about right now? Has he lost his mind? Because the majority of people worked in an era where you had livable wage jobs. Everybody was able to have a nice little home that's like 80 grand, or 90 grand, 110. No problems. Insurance low, property tax low, roads, police, bridges, highways, all proper. So everybody, no status, the status quo, no problem. So talking to them about Reagan and saying things like, yeah, but see, he did tax cuts and tax breaks twice. There is no such thing as trickle down theory. It's BS. They'd look at me like, come on, man. He knows what he's doing. What, you think the government doesn't know it? You know better than them? I said, no, it's not. I do, but it's not that. They did it twice. And if the party it appears is doing it, if they get in power every time, they do it. So if they get reelected, then it's going to happen again. And then Bush 1 got reelected. They did another tax cut, tax breaks. So in that era, 1980 to 1990, 3 tax cut, tax breaks to boost up our deficit. And now we're off to the races because that's setting a precedent. So now we know every time there's a GOP president and they can control one of the House chambers, they're going to try and actually push through tax cut, tax breaks. And that's what's happened over the time. And that's where the problem comes in. One of the problems. And then when you know they print money from bonds, treasuries, people didn't realize what those were. When you used to get those treasuries back in the days when you were kids, maybe, or your grandmother or your parents used to get them and they would give you like 3% or 4% interest, people didn't realize that was for them to be able to print money, the United States government. So once you learn these things and that is inflationary, then you start realizing, wait a minute, they're an enemy of the people. That's the way I've always looked at it. You're an enemy of the people. Because if you're down with printing money out of thin air, knowing that it reduces the value of your currency, then how dare you? So I took it that way. I'm like, so that's why I was always like, hold on, man. Do you guys understand what these guys are doing? You're going down a track that is irreversible. And that's where we're headed. So just so you guys know, if you think things are at a price point now that's crazy, you don't want to see next year because we're going to have something that's going to be bad. It's going to have inflationary numbers off the charts. It'll probably be, if I had my guess, mark it down 5%. 5% on their scale, really 15 to 20 on the real scale. That's what's going to happen year over year. That's not sustainable. Think about all the debt you have and then add 20% just to be safe on top. 80% of people are living paycheck to paycheck right now. So you know what's going to happen. Those 80, some of those 80% are going to be homeless, going to have to move back in with their family and loved ones. Their family and loved ones are going to lose their jobs. Now you have a domino effect and snowball rolling downhill slowly, slowly running over more and more people as it builds. And that is what's happening right now. Meanwhile, we have a government that's going, all is fine, all is great. I have everything under control. You just have to believe. Well, we can't believe on thin air. You have to believe what is being dictated. You're increasing the money supply, that increases inflation. That devalues your currency. That decreases your dollar value. You start messing around with oil and start messing around with the Federal Reserve, that's inflationary because you're asking the Federal Reserve to print up more money. That's a problem. All of this is bad, like I said earlier. So, you guys, thank you so much for listening. But you're going to have to start, got to think about it. SSN Nation, we know what to do. You have to share this information because, like Post Retirement Travel just said, this is what happens right here. I keep telling youngsters and they think I'm crazy. I've been telling youngsters and people over 60 this for years. And can you imagine being 1990 and telling people who are in their 40 to 50s, and I go, you know, when you're like 65, 70 years old, 2010, 2015, I said, about that time, there's going to be healthcare problems because there's no way to keep healthcare costs down. And they're all like, what do you mean? I'm like, listen, in 1970, you've heard of Kaiser? Kaiser. They're like, yeah, Kaiser Permanente. I said, yeah, Kaiser? There's insurance from Kaiser. Kaiser actually lobbied our United States government, first in California, then also the other crook, Nixon, lobbied so they could have insurance for their hospitals. They're running the asylum. So you can imagine, I run a hospital, have the insurance and the claims, deny the claims, have the people pay monthly. The same thing they're doing now. So that's how this all started. This bull insurance from California, Richard Nixon, governor, all that BS started in the late 1960s. And that's why we have the healthcare system that we have today. So that's why hospital groups came out of nowhere, insurance companies came out of nowhere, and then they're off to the races for the next 50 years. So in 1990, I'm telling them, hey, same thing I'm telling you guys. The insurance is unsustainable. They're looking at me like, my insurance is included. I'm like, I know right now because the businesses it's in our ecosystem. Businesses can afford to pay us and pay for the health care. It's not off the charts, but it's not sustainable. I worked in, this should have been Friday night. I worked in um, medical equipment briefly because, again, I got myself well rounded. I used to do a lot of things because medical, the rich dudes play. So I'm like, man, that's when I found out how much they're charging people for medical equipment on their insurance. I was like, wait a minute. This thing is only like $40, $30. They're like, I know, but the insurance will give us up to $500. So then we just make it like $475, knowing that it's going to be accepted. I was like, you just bought this for $40. That means the premiums have to cost more to the customer because you're charging 10 times the amount. They're like, so? I'm like, no, it's not so. Did I not just, the premium's going to cost the customer more money? So that's the point. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. This has an end game. And that's why now we have $10,000 a night, $15,000 a night, emergency costing 10 grand. Take the ambulance, 2 to 5 grand. Go to emergency, 5 grand. Stay overnight, 5 to 10 grand. What chemicals did they put in the drip? Some more grands on a saline bag that costs 20, 30 bucks, but not in the hospital. Might be paying 1,000. All of that started in 1960s. Once you know the history and what happened and what transpired, what does that entail? Rich guys. I'll never forget I was moving a bed because I took medical equipment around. That's why I knew the prices because I had the invoices. And it was a bed that I've never seen before. It had sand in it and it vibrated and it had air. It was cool as hell. It was for people that were bedridden. So the bed actually moves up and down, but it's made of like sand. First time I've ever seen that. The invoice said something like $1,500 for the purchase price. Hospital cost was 30 grand. I I was like, this is crazy. This is insane. It was crazy. So once you go through all these processes, I would have been just like everybody else. I'd have been like, I don't know nothing about it. But once I realized what was happening, you could see you're going to have an end game. And people are going to get sicker and sicker for all those who can't afford it. So you knew you had an end game. So that's why I always knew there's an end game. I just thought it would be 19 or 2050, 2060. Because I told people, I said, I'll be dead when the end game comes. Wrong. I'm not going to be dead when the end game comes. It might be here sooner than expected. But hopefully something, a miracle occurs because that's what we need right now. All right. I need you guys to pay attention. This is no joke. This is not conspiracy. You can go look at history and you can easily see there's a timelines along everything. That's why I gave you the medical. Go check out the Kaiser Permanente. Go see that story. You can look all this up for yourself. And then you can see for yourself. You'll be like, oh, sheesh. No, really? Then you start looking at the trickle down theory when he sold out America 1980 on, when they did the trickle down. Then you find out what effects is a trickle down, which is a tax cut, tax break. Once you learn the effects of a tax cut, tax break and where the money goes, then you're like, wait a minute, that's not really helping ordinary citizens. Ordinary citizens are helping the rich. That's base. You're sending money up. They're not sending money down because you're getting taxed everywhere. Job, sales, you're getting taxed. And that money is going in the hands of the rich people that own the corporations. So they're by default, they get the money. You don't need to send them the money. They can wait for it through product sales. That would keep inflation down. That would keep your currency valued at a certain number. But this thing about we'll just print money in advance to ship it up top so they go out and buy stuff, no benefit to the people that are paying the tax. That's not good. It's just a matter of time. There's going to be a wipeout. It's simple. Some people might still be going, what the hell is he doing? But it's simple once you realize what's transpired and we're still going on the path. So when Obama came out and he said healthcare for all, that's why all kind of people freaked out. Because at that point, you have to cap off. There is no money coming from citizens. There is no money coming from businesses because businesses have to pay for healthcare for their employees. Imagine you being a business owner and you don't have to pay for healthcare. All that's off the table. Now you can pay people a higher wage because they have healthcare automatically. A part-time person now has healthcare automatically. A person 75, 90, 95, 100, healthcare automatically. Just like the other 20 to 30 developed nations, but I digress. Now you understand why alarm bells went off. Insurance company for healthcare, bye-bye. Direct payment, there's no denials. Do it for free, deny it, whatever, but it's getting done. So now all of a sudden you got problems in America because that capitalist, this whole billions of dollars, $1 trillion business is gone. Pharmaceuticals included. Can't charge people no more. Whatever you want. See? So that's why they were all in arms, because the GOP party is like, oh, hell no. We're with the oligarchs. That's us. We down with these guys. We want to make sure they get money because they've given us money and we're down. That's why they're against it, right? They did everything. They said, we're going to chop the exchanges to make sure. You guys know how insurance works? If you have one person that has to pay $100,000, well, then you got to charge that guy $8,500 per month to pay for it. But if you got 1,000 people and you got $100,000, now each person has to pay $10,000, or sorry, the same $9,000 per month, or under that, $8,500 per month, or year, sorry, $8,500 per year. Now, if you have 100,000 people in it, everybody pays $1,000 a year. So what do? You go to the Supreme Court, you chop off the exchange from the state. The state says, I'm not going to allow 10 exchanges in here, insurance companies over here. No, 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 no. No, we need to take off 5 or 6 of them. You release change the competition from 10 insurance companies down to 3 or 4. Now those 3 or 4 collude and say, hey, everybody's going to be paying us whatever we want. There's no competition. That was their whole goal. So then people go, hell no, I'm not paying $800 a month for that. I thought this was going to be good. People say, I'm not paying. Insurance companies say, okay, we'll leave the state. And then who's ever remaining has to pay ridiculous amounts of money. That was by design, by a certain party. I'm not down with them guys. I'm down for the people. So you think I'm going to be down with a party that knowingly tries to stop health care from people at a low price instead of health care for all, no price? And so that's how they went around getting it blocked in certain states, mostly red states. So then people got disenfranchised because they would get bills and they'd be like, hey, I can't afford $500 per month. I can't get this. I thought this was all good. They lied to me. No. You had manipulation done, and then you misinterpreted who actually did it. It was supposed to be no cost, but there had to be compromise. And that compromise was these stupid exchanges because those guys knew they had a poison pill. They could be like, oh, yeah, we'll say they're going to have exchanges. They say you're going to have 10, 15 companies, but we know we're going to take them off. We're not going to allow this. Hell, we don't want our people educated and healthy. They won't have to depend on us anymore. We can't tell them lies because then they'll be studying and find out this crap we're telling them is actually BS. So see, that's how America got dumbed down. See, this all starts in 1980. Department of Education under siege by Reagan. You guys, this is a setup for the rich the whole time. And we had unwitting participants because they weren't educated enough to understand what people were doing in government and how it works. They didn't understand that, and they're voting against their best interest the whole time. And then having a bias against the other guys because they believe these guys are on their side. So they go, oh, they wouldn't lie to us. Well, now you find out they do lie to you. And then when you find out later that, no, tariffs, the other country pays for tariffs. Well, who would say that? Who would believe that? Well, there's people that believe it to this day. They don't know that taxpayers pay the extra tariff that their country is doing against another country. People still to this day will say, no, This guy, our president, said the other country's paying for it. And then all you have to do is talk to somebody that imports a product, go down to any store that imports a product from outside the United States and ask them, hey, did you have to pay a tariff extra for the product? And they'll go, hell yeah. When he charged us up 100% for China for those few weeks, our products were double. We couldn't buy from China because we couldn't afford it. Or we had to buy before the tariff increased 100%. So that's why, even though the tariff goes up, the price did not, because they bought before the 100% increase. Then they go, we ran out. Now that we ran out, that product that you bought for $30 now costs 60. So we have to pay the extra because we import it. The other country receives their normal price. We're the one paying the extra 100%. And so then you have a government that comes out and says, oh, we got $120 billion for our government from the other country. No, you did not. You got $120 billion from United States customers. The other country still got their 100%. The company on the other side still got it in China. If it's $100 and now the importer has to pay that country $200. Well, pay the United States $100, but it cost the company in the US $200 because he's paying the 100 plus the 100 for the 100%. It came out of the customer's pocket. So when somebody says I tell the truth, and you ask them the question, who pays tariffs? Because I just had this conversation the other day. A person is running for a school board, and they have nerve to write in their social media, I just believe in the truth, or something to that effect. And knowing what side of the fence they're on, I said, okay, I like truth too. Tell me something. Who pays for tariffs? Can you believe in a social platform the person avoided answering, went off into some other tangent? And I said, see, this is why a person that's claiming they want to work for the school board or be on a school board is unqualified. Because if you don't know what the books say at the library about a tariff, and you can't answer and you claim you have truth, then what are you doing? So that is the situation that we're in. And that's why you have certain percent of the population who will argue with you and go, oh, no, he said that the countries are paying for it. And you're just like, have you ever imported anything into the United States? And they're like, no. I'm like, I really think you need to go down there and go buy something from a wholesaler in Alibaba and try and sell it in the United States. Go on, go over there and buy something and see how much it costs you when you have to go pick it up or when they tell you to ship whatever amount. Because I'm guaranteeing you, whatever they told you or whatever you saw that was for $20, it's going to cost you 40 plus shipping. And shipping costs more too. So this is where we go with all this. So I stayed on longer just so everybody understands my bad rhetoric that people talk about is backed up with facts. All you have to do is just go learn. It's not rocket science. Don't let these oligarchs, don't let the rich guys fool you. They've been fooling you guys for a long time. The rich guys are not smarter. They're not any better. They just act the part, right? Because they are better in some respects. Once you're rich, people fawn all over you, tell you how great you are. The words that come out of your mouth, people think are golden. So you can say anything. They'll say he's smart. That's not all of them, but there's a 50 to 60% of them They don't really know hardly anything. What they do have are people that are very smart. The accountants, their management staff that comes into the meeting and says, "Hey, we got this marketing campaign. What do you think?" Or three of them, put them up on the board. What do you think? Let's talk about it. And then, of course, he looks to the right hand guys and says, "What do you guys think?" Those guys go, "Yes, I think this one, this one, this one." He says, "Well, I listen to these guys. I'm successful. We've been a partnership. We've been in here doing stuff for the last 10 to 15 years and we winning. Let's go, Rob. Make it happen." Walks out. He's making decisions, but he's getting the information from other people to help him make the decision. But when you talk to them in person, they may not really know how it works, but they know they make a lot of money. So there's a difference. So keep that in mind. Just every rich person is not the smartest tool in the tool shed. All right. And quite frankly, there I have a different perspective because I was very fortunate to be very young and hang out with people that were very rich. And because I was young, they just thought I was like somebody's friend that got me in with them. You know, I'm 30 or 25 or 27. They think I'm in the room because first, I'm black. Second, I'm in my 25 to 30. And everybody in here is pretty much somebody's friend of somebody that's people recognize. So I was very fortunate to be in these rooms and talking with these guys, and they're thinking, "Oh, they'd never mistaken me for the bus boy or anything like that." Okay, because when we start conversating, first of all, I'm not carrying anything, and I've always had. I told you guys before, I'm proud of. At the time, I was proud of being Mr. GQ. So I had stuff that fit me because it was made for me directly, just like theirs. Except I had stuff that was just came out, the latest fashion stuff. So I was, a little bit ahead of them because I was into the GQ fashion stuff, everything, head to toe, smell and everything. So these guys, they were like, "Okay, this dude must be somebody because he's looking sharp, he's down, and he's sounding like, wait, he knows a lot of stuff. What's happening here?" Right, because I'm in the same industries you guys are. So most people aren't entrepreneurs. Most people are employees at the time. So now talking with people about business, they're like, "Oh, obviously he must run some companies around here because he's telling us what's going on." So that's how it goes. Then you talk to these guys and they're talking, and then when you start talking business, all of a sudden you can see their brain is by their eyes is like they're calculating, like they don't know this. It's like you're talking to them, they'll be like, but you can tell by their response. It's like they don't know this. And then you find out it's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just three. You're finding out they're getting calls from somebody. Like, "Yeah, go on and do that." Then I was like, "Wait a minute. These guys are damn, they must have the best CFO, the best people working for them." Because that's the only way, and that requires what their response was when we're talking about business. They're responding with some rudimentary stuff, and I'm just like, "Yeah, but what's your profit margin then?" And they can't answer, and I'm like, "What the hell's going on in this room right now? You don't know your profit margin?" Just like me in post retirement travels, going, "Eric, you said 700. That's off the charts." He knows it's off the charts because he does his calculations differently. Because he knows his is 250. See, that makes sense. He's going, "Hey, Eric, why is yours 700?" So I respond with, "This is why it's 700. I can explain." These dudes are sitting there like, "Well, man, it's just the way it is when we do our calculations." And I'm like, "What calculations?" And they're like, "Uh, Well, we have our meetings, and I'm sitting there like, damn, man, I can't believe this. And these dudes are in their 50s, 60s, and they're all sitting there wondering, what's this little kid doing over? Well, I'm 25 to 30, but to them, I'm like this little kid. They're like, what's this dude? Who is this guy? He's looking too cool. He's kind of handsome. He's got some badass girl with him. What's going on? Who is this dude? Does anybody know this guy? Yeah, one or two would be like, yeah, I seen him around, man. I seen him at the boat marina. I mean, I seen him somewhere else. I seen him at some charity event. He was bidding on stuff, that kind of thing. But obviously, then we're not moving in the same circles. I'm playing hoops. I'm chasing women. I'm doing all kind of crazy. Having fun, making money. But when we're in those same rooms talking business, and I realize half of the room is suspect. And these dudes are millionaires. One of the coolest guys that I ever met in Sacramento was the first owners of the Sacramento Kings, Greg Lukenbill. You guys can look him up. He had an office on Power Inn Road. I think they still have that same office to this day. 1984, 1985, they bought the Kings somewhere in there. Well, they bought the Kings to Sac in 1985. So he bought the Kings in Kansas City, him and the Oates and the Lukenbill and somebody else. They bought the Kings in 1982, I think. 1982, 81, somewhere in there. They moved them to Sacramento. Lukenbill, unbeknownst to me, had an office on Power Inn. I didn't hang out in Power Inn area. A friend of mine had an office 2 doors down. So I come over to visit him. And so we're just talking, about business. Hey, how's things going? I think I'm going to be doing something, but I'm going to be over across town doing my thing. So we start talking about something. I can't remember what it was. I think it had to do with some commercial building, commercial properties or something like this. And he goes, hey, man, you know the owners of the Kings? I said, yeah, there's like 3 of them or something. He goes, yeah, Lukenbill. His office is right 2 doors down. He's in here all the time. We should go talk to him. Because of what you were talking about, the commercial buildings, because my friend didn't do commercials. He didn't do real estate. And I was like, are you serious right now? Lukenbill's office is up here? He's like, yeah. So we go 2 doors down. Sure enough, one of the richest dudes in Sacktown is sitting in a chair, cowboy boots, looks like a cowboy for all intents and purposes to me. No cowboy hat, but has the boots on and some long sleeve, like Western. It's not really Western, but them plaid-y things that look like, dude that just came off the ranch. And he's like, hey, what's up? To my friend. He introduced me, and me and Lukenbill, we talked for an hour. My friend goes, man, I'm just going to go back to my place of business. I guess you guys are friends. And Lukenbill's like, yeah, man, I like your friend. I'm glad you brought him down. And so me and him talked commercial real estate. I was trying to get into the warehouses because around Arco Arena, that's where they were going to build now known as Arco Arena, which has been torn down. That's where they're going to build it. And so there was land out there was worth nothing. But Lukenbill, Oates, and their other partner, I wish I can remember his name, those guys bought up acres. But he said, hey, man, if you want to do something, I like you. I'll let you get into some, if you want a commercial warehouse out there. The reason why commercial warehouse, when the Kings come, they bring a whole supply chain with them, right? Sports teams have a whole supply chain. They need a practice gym, a practice facility for workout. They need all this stuff. So I'm sitting there like, hold on, man. I got to get me one of these warehouses. You got the land out there, right? Okay. Let me build a warehouse out there. Let me go down and get this loan. He's like, what? You can get the loan for this? I said, yeah, man. Let me go down here and get some loan. You going to give me one of these warehouses for X amount of dollars so I can make some money out here? He's like, yeah, man. So this is the kind of stuff I'm doing in my mid 20s, talking with guys that run the show in the city, quite frankly. And that's why people were like, who is this guy? How does he have this stuff? It's because I knew certain people, not everybody, but a few guys I would do business with, because these guys were like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. And they're like, yeah, he's handling biz out here. I said, yeah, come to my party. So again, I tried to have Jim come on. He won't come on for whatever reason. I guess he's camera shy. But I told you guys before, I ran into franchising. So how did I learn about franchising in my 20s? I threw parties. I went to Pioneer Chicken. I used to eat in Pioneer Chicken all the time. And then their son came in one day. The guys saw me, and it's based on I did marketing for a fitness center, right? So I came in to talk to them about the one marketing tool at the time was leaving a free membership so people can come to the club. Then you come sell them a membership. I'd get commission for it. So I didn't have to be at a job. I could just drive around, talk to business people I know. Hey, man, let me leave a box in here. They'd be like, all right. So I get paid. I worked for the corporate office, had 6 places, I think, 7. So I didn't have to check in nowhere. I didn't even have a job then. It was crazy. So I just go around, do my stuff, do their stuff, talk to people, business owners, the Pioneer Chicken. I was talking with his son. Me and him ultimately became pretty cool. So then we came so cool that when I had my party, I said, "Hey man, I'm having a party out at Florin Road, and at this club. Me and this guy Jets renting it out." And so I said, yeah. And at my parties, I said, we have CDs, we give away free food, we have gifts and prizes and raffles. So it ain't just a nightclub atmosphere, it's a freaking party atmosphere. And people come in and pay $10. All right. Back in the 80s, they'd pay $10. And at that time, the cover to get in a place was 3 to 5. So everybody be like, why is yours 10? I said, because we have entertainment, meaning live music. We could have live music on a couple occasions. DJ, badass DJ, of course. We would have alcohol the right way, none of that watered down stuff. Made a deal to get half of the bar, all of the door. And while I'm telling him all this stuff that I'm doing, he goes, hey, man, the son goes, hey man, you need to talk to my dad. My dad thinks you're pretty cool. And I was like, well, why? He goes, you just said that you would like to give food out at your place. I said, yeah, I give food. I usually get somebody to give me food, and I don't want that freaking buffet style where you have them in pans and you have like beans and macaroni and all. I said, I don't want none of that. I said, I want something that tastes good and people know it. They had 5 or 6 stores, franchises in Sacramento. So the father, we're in the Pioneer Chicken, and he says, "Hey, what you guys talking about?" I said, "Hey, I'm having a party in about 3 weeks at this nightclub," and I tell him, what I'm doing, and then his son pipes up and goes, "Yeah, Dad, we should actually give them the food for it." And I was like, "What? You serious?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea, man. I like Eric. Yeah, man, right on. I'll just bring the food." I said, hold on. I can't. Hold up, man. How much you gonna charge me? You gotta charge me. He's like, no, man. It's all good. It's all good. No, I'm not gonna charge you. I'm like, are you serious? He goes, yeah. How much do you want? How much stuff do you want us to bring? I said, well, hey, man. There's gonna be like 75 to 100 people. He's like, all right, fine. I was like, what do you mean fine? He's like, just what I said. You told me how many people. We do catering. So we already know what we got to bring. Man, these dudes bought collard greens. They bought some all kind of different chicken, roasted, fried. Macaroni. They did the macaroni and cheese too. They brought everything. Cheese sticks, French fries. It was crazy. I can't even remember everything because their menu was extensive. They bought enough for 300 people. The offload was crazy. People were like astonished because they didn't even realize these guys even made that stuff. I was like, they don't. It's on their banquet or whatever menu stuff. They're like, oh my God, we got to go out here to this Pioneer Chicken place because they were on one side of town. So it worked for marketing for them because it was branded Pioneer Chicken, gave their addresses, all of it was marked, that way. So it was a win-win, even though because I was cool with the owner. And so that's how everything turned into. I would see these guys around town. So I knew business owners. I knew people that had franchises. He told me how he franchised his Pioneer Chicken. He said, I started with this one. And then he says, I opened up another one, which his brother had. And then he said, then I sold it, started selling as a franchise. I said, yeah, I used to see one over across town. I used to see one over here. He goes, yeah, those were the franchise stores. So then I learned how they franchise stuff, even though I never wanted to do that. But I was like, so this is how franchising works. Anybody can do this. He's like, yeah. I was like, man, I thought but again, remember, I'm only 25, 26, 27. I'm like, I thought it was a whole different situation. He goes, no, you just create it. And then you can market it. I was like, no, not that easy. He's like, yeah, that easy. No, not that easy. So anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, just let you know, everything is not as hard as it appears. You just got to take a few steps forward, learn, and then adapt. And now we have to adapt to this situation now. So 3 hours, 27 minutes in. I want to thank you guys for being here. I love you so much. I appreciate your support over all these years, but we want you to win. A rising tide lifts all boats. Do your due diligence. Study everything that's presented to you, and then come talk about it here. Because I love when we have investors in the house, because it shows when we start talking about, hey, how much was XRP back when? Oh, and then EV Place goes and finds, oh, wait, that was 1,100% if you bought X amount. That is how you invest. You don't have anybody tell you. You go look it up. So you know by several sources, the consensus says this is how it works. This is the calculations. This is what the number is. Now you can calculate it from that day forward and don't need anybody else. So that's how you know. So now if you were on the live stream earlier and saw what EV Place put down, 1,100% since I think it was 2017 on XRP, 950% for Bitcoin since 2017 or 2018. You now know you can figure out the numbers. So that means if XRP is $3 and it went up 1,000%, that means it wasn't 30 cents. It was like 0.03, something of that nature. So you can figure it out. Now you know. So like when I tell you, hey, I bought Bitcoin and I can't remember because it was 2009, 10, or 11. It was either 3 cents or 33 cents. But the reason I don't know is because it wasn't per unit. It was like you had to buy $10 minimum. So whatever the number was, it didn't matter. It was just a $10 test for me to see if I can move this Bitcoin over to a poker room. It was a test. If it would have moved and been no problem and easy, then I was going to go buy 20 or 30 or $100 more. And unfortunately, since it didn't go through, that's when I said, oh man, forget it. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm like, I'll just forget about this. This is too hard. Because you had to send them, just like how you have to do now. You had to send them, which was Carbon Poker. I think it was Carbon or Sportsbook. I can't remember. But anyhow, I had to send them. I needed their address to send it to. So I had to wait. And they would send you the alphanumeric code, which this is all new. You had to send that. So then, or something of that nature. I can't really remember. So they gave me something, and I had an alphanumerics, and I had to send that to them. So I just had to send them 10, the whole thing. I can't really remember how it went because it was all new. And I only did it like once or twice, tried it. And then after that, they didn't receive it according to them. So I was like, and it showed I still had it. So I was like, well, I can't figure this out. F it. And so rest is history. So that's why I didn't really pay attention to the number. I just know it had a 3. So I don't know if it was 3 cents or 33 cents. But it was like a 03 or 33. It just had a 3. That's all I remember. But in my case, it was $10. So that's why you can go back and just go, okay, at 3 cents, when was it 3 cents and when was it 33 cents? That's how I figure out when was Black Friday. Black Friday, I can probably search UIGEA whenever they pass that. So that's how I'll know. So when that got passed, if it got passed in, let's say, 2010, now I can just go to 2010 and see what the 3 was for Bitcoin. So if it was 3 cents was the low that year, or 33 cents was the low that year, or in that range, you'll know. So that's how I'll figure it out. But I don't need to, because I don't know where the alphanumeric character is and I don't know where the Bitcoin is. So it's not relevant yet. If I find it, then I'll be looking, because 30 cents versus 3 cents is a big difference, right? That's 33 coins per dollar, which means 10 times that is 330 coins times $100,000. Whatever that is. 3.3? No. No, that's more than that. You know what? The wife keeps bugging me. She goes, you need to look at that stuff up and try to figure it out. I'm like, I can't figure that crap out. Let's see something. That'd be, yeah, that's 33. 33 times 10. Point 33 times 10. 3.3. I don't know how to figure it out though. Sorry, 10 divided by 3 cents. That's what it is. 10 divided by 3 cents. 333. Okay. Times that by 1, let's go 120K. Oh, no wonder she's bugging me. That's $40 million. Oh, that's why she's bugging me. Okay. I guess I better get on it. $10 divided by 33 cents. That is 30 times 120,000. That's 3.6 mil. Even in today's money, that's great. That's exceptional. I guess I better get on it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, there you go. Unstoppable Domains, down below in the description box. Get that just in case. Do not get the web. Do not get the .org, .com, .net, whatever. You get the .x, .nft, .crypto. You put that in your name because it's a one-time fee, and you have that for life, and people can send you crypto to your stopstrugglingnow.crypto. You can send the top 400 cryptos to that address. That's all you need. You don't need alphanumeric characters. If only they would have had that then. But anyhow, ericbird.crypto, stopstrugglingnow.crypto, ssnlifestyle.crypto. That's right. .nft is the same thing. So you can just give them, if you go to Unstoppable Domains, go get that. Affiliate link is in the chat room for everybody that watches this on replay and all of that. It's getting warm in here, so I got to run. All right, I got to get to cut on the fan or AC. Jeez. Just make sure you take care of yourself out here, because things could get really wacky, and people are, like I always say, under stress and duress right now. People are on edge. Prices going up. Jobs or layoffs are coming for a lot of people. Government jobs were lost for a lot of people. So AI is coming to also get rid of menial tasks, type of jobs, or it's going to be very interesting over the next few years. And unfortunately, the workforce is going to shrink. Manufacturing is already shrinking. The jobs, it's below 50 PMI scale. 50 and above means jobs are increasing in the manufacturing sector. If it's 49.9 and below, that means manufacturing jobs are being lost. We're at, I believe, 49.6. This month's calculation will probably be less because we lost manufacturing jobs due to tariffs. And there's a nail company that's out of business, had to close their whole factory because they got a 25% tariff. And their competition, according to the guy from Korea, he mentioned Myanmar, Thailand. He mentioned 4 places. He says it's not worth it for the people to buy from us anymore at 25% more that we have to mark it up to. So they're willing they're willing to buy from the other people because maybe it's 5% more instead of 15. Maybe it's the same, but he said we can't compete. We had to shut down our factory. How many jobs were there? He said 20 manufacturing jobs gone. And the reporter says, well, what do you think? Can you think you're going to be able to reopen it? He goes, how? We have to pay a 25% tariff. So it costs us 25% more. And nobody wants to buy from us at that price point. So it does not matter. There's no way for us to return. And unfortunately, even if you cancel it now, they're now doing business with those people. So why would they just switch back? Which is what I always said. I said, once you lose it, it's not like they're going to come back because they're just going to be like, well, what if they decide to get mad and do it again? So now you disrupt our business, whoever's ordering from them. So that's how this works. That's how you have a shutdown. Supply chain start. The people that drove to their place, that had a job for that truck stop or that 18-wheeler stop or whatever, that stop is no longer there. That now decreases their run, their profits. See, there's a trickle down the other way. Us. That person now could be laid off if enough other companies and corporations close down. Now the fuel guy doesn't have the same amount of fuel because now these companies aren't going out to where those other companies now that are laying off people and close down. See how this goes? It keeps going for the menial tasks, the people that are down here, ordinary citizens that have to work every day, don't mind working 5 days, 6 days a week, don't mind doing overtime, but you're the one that's on the chopping block. Meanwhile, the wealthy guys with the assets, they're chilling. They're not thinking about you. They're worrying about their empire just to increase it, even though they don't need to. All right. So just think about that. That's why a lot of people are under stress because you get the call that this company closed down that I deliver stuff to. Now you start thinking, well, wait a minute, that's the third company that's laid off people in the last month. That's on my route. They might not need my route here if we get another 3 or 4 companies that don't need delivery. And then they could get somebody that's doing a route to just reroute and say, instead of you going there, we're going to change all the routes up. So you're going to take over this route and we got to lay this guy off. Or these 3 or 4 people off. I mean, you never know how big an organization is, like UPS, where they're laying off 25,000 people because they have less orders from Amazon. Since Amazon has less orders, they're laying off people. See how this works? You have to be prepared. Make sure you have assets. Make sure you have a duffel bag of cash. I keep forgetting the duffel bag of cash. I keep forgetting to tell people. You don't spend all your money. You got to have a little bit of cash, even though it loses purchasing power. But you just need to be a little, you know, what's the word I'm trying to use? Flexible. Flexibility matters with making money. You need flexibility. You can do short term L's for dollar devaluing, but the long term, you might need that flexibility. So you can't put it all into an investment unless that investment is liquid. You have to make sure you have something on standby when the price drops to 52-week low. You need to be able to say, hey, I need to get some more to make more money. Or if an opportunity comes along, you need to say, hey, I need to jump on that because that makes money. That's why you got to diversify and make sure that you have the opportunities available to you. That's why, as a business guy my whole life, I pretty much look for opportunities just by my conscience. I just look at everything like a business. I'll just be driving down the street. I'll see something. I'll be like, yeah, man, they could do that. you know, yeah, but it's not something I'm interested in. But I'll be figuring out how they can improve their business. To me, on the outside looking in, it'd be like, man, why don't they fix that place? Man, all they need is like a paint job, a new sign out front. But again, outside looking in, that's all they need. I don't know that the damn sign costs $30,000. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're thinking just a sign, but it's 30 grand, Eric. Can't afford it. They can't afford it. And the paint job, making it spiffy up, getting the concrete right. Oh, but no, it's going to cost 50 G's to do all this. We're only making a few $1,000s per month. We can't afford to do that. But I just think about it, right? That's how my mind works. Types of improvement. That's why I start talking about DR and I say all these improvements they should do. But of course, they're not listening, even though they do listen a little to what I'm saying. But they're not going to act upon it because they have a different agenda. They're not on the agenda of trying to make it better for the people on the island. They're just making it better for the wealthy on the island or the visitors that are wealthy on the island. They're not trying to do the rising tides. Again, that's how you have your empire fall because you're not bringing up everybody. You're redlining everybody. And that's what's problem with the DR is that they're creating this tourism type of thing, but tourism is only good as people coming. Vegas is now finding out after 100+ years of positive growth, pretty much, except for a couple of years in 100 years. They've always had a steady increase in tourists. So they'd never cared. They're like, we can just charge, we can just do whatever we want. We know more people are coming than the year before. Until now, 30% drop in tourism year to date. Ghost town by their standards. Now they're going to start being like, uh-oh. Right now, they're corporations that own these casinos. So they're on the stock market, right? There's MGM, there's Wynn Group or whatever, there's Sands. They're on the stock market. So they have people that invest in them. But their stock price is going to start going down shortly because they're going to be like, hold on, your revenues are going down. Hold up. People aren't going to put money into you. So no free money ride. It starts getting reduced. Their operating expenses are operating like if there is 100% year over year occupancy and tourist numbers. What happens if you're 30% behind the tourist numbers? That is significant. That is the difference between an Airbnb person having 100% occupancy and then dropping to 70%. 100%, you're eating well, extremely well. Hotels don't even do 100%. I'm just using this as an example. 70%, after you're at 100, after you're at 100 for 10, 15 years and growing, you're not ever thinking like, you know what? Maybe one of these days it'll drop 30%. No, you're operating as if it's going to increase year over year like it's always done. So all of your investments are based on that. You're spending money on this, that, and the other. Don't worry, we're going to make it all back next year. Now the 30% drop matters. All of a sudden now you start looking around like, holy smokes, what if this keeps going? And if it keeps going, all of a sudden you're going to see certain things occur. Either prices have to go up, or you're going to have to start going no resort fees, hotel rooms 50, $60, buffets $20, $10, whatever, and start acting like hospitality like they used to and say, hey, thank you for your service. Drinks, cigars, cigarettes, with the beautiful woman dressed with, now by today's standards, they're dressed. They used to be not, because it was like low cut skirts and, V neck, V. So, showed a little cleavage. Nowadays, that's not even anything major. Women go out wearing damn near nothing. But still, it was always nice. Beautiful women dressed up with the cigars, cigarettes, whatever, coming around. You need a drink every 15, 20 minutes. They appreciated your service. This is what happens when things go 30% less people, and then they realize another month goes by and it's continuing and continuing. They're losing money. They're already shutting down venues. That's your first sign. The free concerts in the casinos, people are playing music on stage. Sorry, it's not open past 7 p.m. now any longer. Now the revenue from that service center, gone. The waitresses, gone. The bartenders, gone. The entertainers who get paid, gone. And it continues. So it's one area. Now it's the other one across the room. That is now closed altogether because we don't have enough customers. I've seen this already. I was in Reno, Nevada when they imploded. Same thing. People stopped coming. Casinos went bye-bye. Or Harrah's bought whatever. The other guys, El Dorado, bought whatever. And consolidation, or they went bye-bye. To this day. That marked Reno's Virginia Street. I think it's Virginia. Reno's Virginia Street for life. That at one time had casinos all the way across the river, all the way up to when you got off the freeway and came down a few blocks. There was these big ass casinos there. Kind of cool. Then all of a sudden, bye bye, bye bye. Stores, retail centers shut down. And so the remains of whatever's in Reno, Nevada, I haven't been up there in a long time, is what's left from the devastation of the same thing that's going on in Vegas right now. Back then, though, they weren't corporate how they are now. They were corporate, but not like on the stock market, how they are now. Now all these companies are on the stock market. And now it matters what their bottom line is. And their notes, they all have IOUs. Their notes are going to come due. And their bankers are going to call them up and be like, hey, man, how much cash you guys got online? What's happening? Because we're reading you're 30% year to date. You owe us like $1 billion. Hold up. Hold on a second. You owe our group of people $1 billion. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and whoever else. That's $1 billion IOUs. We understand you're having financial difficulties. You're shutting down venues. You're shutting down eating places inside your establishments. That's less revenue. Are you guys going to be able to meet your obligations? We need you to come in. We got to talk about this. We might have to do some restructuring. We need to know where we stand. Because we can read your reports because you're on the stock market. And this last one we're not liking. That's how this goes. And then the next thing you know, they're laying off people in Vegas. Well, they've already done that, I'm sure, because 30% loss of customers is oof. I just illustrated what's been happening. And that happened in Reno, Nevada. I saw it. Reno, Nevada was my little playground. along with Lake Tahoe, and saw it in Lake Tahoe too, and Las Vegas. That was my whole little playground. I was a gambler, young gambler guy. So this I've seen before, and it never ends good because they employ thousands, tens of thousands of people throughout Las Vegas are related to the gambling industry. All of a sudden, you wouldn't think that, well, those two stages, those bartenders, those, and now all of a sudden, the amount of rooms that you're renting out, they're not being utilized. Now you have to lay off housekeepers, right? So now all of a sudden, you start the business and employees are in jeopardy across the board. All of a sudden, it turns into 10 people laid off because you close down this one section. Then it balloons to 25. Now we deal with housekeeping, another 25. Next thing you know, it ends up being 100, 150, 200 people per casino. I don't know how many casinos there are in Vegas right now. There's probably 50, 60. You start adding up numbers, and the next thing you know, you're starting to go, that's 5,000, 10,000 people who have mortgages. Not all, but more than half have mortgages. Now, all of a sudden, they're not paying the mortgage. Now they're getting foreclosures. Now you have a housing crisis in that area that can start the whole housing crisis. This is why it's of significance. So all of this comes into play when you have a government that just stays up here and says, "Oh, we don't care about none of that. We're not trying to bring in additional tourism for you to help you. We're raising tariffs. We're charging visa fees from anywhere from 500 to whatever they said, $20,000. So now we're stopping people from coming into America, and due to our politics, people don't want to come to America. So we have a reduction in tourism altogether. So we're not helping you. You're on your own." Well, on my own means I have nothing. I have to rely on humans. A human has to come here. If they're not coming, then we're in trouble. And that's where it's all headed for Vegas. And a lot of gambling establishments, even Reno, Tahoe, and all that, they're going to have a downturn as well. But this just gives you an idea how serious this gets. It spreads fast. It's not just like it's just all of a sudden happens. It's been crumbling this whole time. That's why I've been having these good luck American series. My part 2 came out earlier today talking about redlining, which they're still doing. Wells Fargo does redlining. So all these people can't get loans, restricted from mortgages because of who they are, based on race, ethnicity, sex, and all that. And redlining. Redlining usually means blacks and Hispanics live in this particular side of town. White people live on that side of town. Kind of thing. A red line. It's a street, a canal, a railroad track, whatever it is. But that's how they do it. So that's why your wealth, not being able to accumulate wealth for these type of times, hurts the people that are being discriminated against. Because you too should have had a $700,000 house just like the other person. But now because they're saying your house is worth 360, you don't have the same wealth, so you can't go through the hard times because you don't have $400,000 sitting in investments that gives you passive income because you didn't have 300, 200. You only had 150, 160. So you had to pick and choose what you would do. We got to spend 20 grand to fix up the house. Yeah, we can put 25, 50 grand into some investment vehicle to get a return. We still got like 190,000 left. We wanted to get the kids to college, right? Medical school. They wanted to go there. Man, it costs like $10,000 a year. Man, we're out. We got 2 kids. What should we do? Put it in another investment account and hold it and earn money off the T-bills. But that's 4%. But still, at least it'll be there. So then we have the money when they're like 4 or 5 years from now. And they can go to pick wherever they want to go and we can cover it. That's the choices they get to make versus the guy that has 460,000. Big difference. Now he's got 200,000 that he can say, yeah, put this into some investment. Let me earn 10% from JEPQ, 11% from JEPQ annually. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, let's put 200 in there. How much is that? That'll be like 2,000, 20,000 a year. Nice. 16, $1,700 a month. Right on. Cool. Okay, let's do that. And then they'll just stay in that account. So we'll keep accumulating and it keeps going up. So we get $20,000 a year. Right on. So now we got another 200. Oh, let's go invest 100,000 in a business that's already running. And now we got a school fund for the kids. Put that in a T-bill. The other 160,000 at 4%. Big difference because of the number. And that's the situation, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Top 10%, bandits, making out like bandits. Top 20%, making out like bandits. The 80% and below, living paycheck to paycheck during the course of a month, that's Americans. Canadians are at 85% during the course of the month. They're living paycheck to paycheck. It's even worse. And their cost of living might be even a little bit higher, which is crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, almost 4 hours. Thank you so much for listening to me, but stay safe out here. See you on Wednesday at 8:50 p.m. We'll have some more to talk about because time is up. You got 1 year, 4 months, but you still need to take this very, very seriously. The ground you're walking on is crumbling underneath your feet. You just don't know it yet. And there's not much time to go, I can wait 5 years. I can wait 3 years. You need to put yourself in position so when things do crash, this mini crash that's going to occur, you're going to be having the wherewithal to not panic, knowing that this is by somewhat of a design and you know there's a way out, but you can't panic and go sell everything at these what the heck? That's crazy. Rock bottom prices. But anyhow, that's the thing. You have to have your numbers right. You have to invest. You have to study. Do not just blindly listen to me or anybody else and go, hey, I think I'll just go do this. No, like JP Morgan, you guys know JP Morgan Bank and all that. They're trustworthy. If they're giving you 11%, you probably should think about taking it. JEPQ. JEPI given around 9%. That's good for most people too. You might want to think about that too. They're ETFs. Let them handle it. But to make an investment, they're giving dividends and you can get 11%. That's pretty good. They're one of the winners. Remember, JP Morgan is one of the largest banks in the country, in the world. It is the largest bank. So these guys are always in the winner's circle. The United States government's not going to let them lose. Along with Wells Fargo, along with Bank of America, they're not going to let them lose. Goldman Sachs, they're not going to let them lose. So they will always be above the fray. Hell, the Federal Reserve is going to print money to make sure these guys are staying in business. So that's why it's always very interesting to invest in banks, especially if they give out nice dividends. Even in today's money, nice dividends is awesome. 11% is very nice, and that's why I recommend the JEPQ. Not saying it's going to always stay that way. It can change, but depending on what happens with the bank. But Jamie Dimon has done a great job at the helm. I'm going to give him his props. I'm not really a fan of his because he does manipulation. Because he said at one time, crypto, I'm against it. No way. It's fake money. Then it turned into, well, wait, I think I'm going to have a crypto department. Why don't we check out if about a Chase Morgan? Maybe we might have some crypto. Then it was a maybe. Man, wait, hold on. Now he's like, crypto's all right. Yeah, wonder what changed. You know what changed. They got themselves into some sort of crypto position. I'm not really mad at him. I'm just like, I don't like the guy that's disingenuous. That's all. The only reason he said it at the time, in my opinion, and just like all the rest of the banks, is because it was competition. which is going to end up being anyhow. It's competition against our currency is what crypto is. And the biggest mistake a government can make is allowing crypto to be used like it's a currency. That means you're going to devalue your actual currency. So there we go again with inflation. That's what I'm saying. Everything this administration is doing is making it inflationary. So I didn't even talk about that tonight. So I'm going to end this with that. But think about something. You're holding $100 in your bank account. You are with Coinbase. You load up the $100 at Coinbase. You go buy $100 worth of Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is electronic. You didn't buy a product. You didn't buy a service. You didn't buy anything. The company has $100 for basically, or the person, wherever it came from, we'll just say Coinbase. They have $100 US dollars that you used is gone. It's vapor. It's digital. The $100 is digital. It kind of exists because if they go to their bank and say I need the $100, then they get $100 back. Right? But if they don't, where's the $100? It's not being circulated, which now means our Federal Reserve needs to sell bonds to print more money. Printing more money out of thin air means I added to the money supply. Adding to the money supply means if I have more money in the money supply that's exchanging, that's inflationary. Because now I can raise the prices, but due to the amount of money in the money supply, I can pay the raised elevated prices, but it's even more devastating. Since you added money to the money supply, you devalued your currency. That is the point of Bitcoin. One number, total amount that's ever going to be printed. After that, there's no more money. Once you print, if they ever print more Bitcoin, now you're acting like a bank. That means you devalue that currency, which would be Bitcoin. That's how it works. So there's a correlation that they don't tell you about. And that money you borrowed from the printing of the money, you owe 4.2% in today's bond number of interest annually to whoever buys the bonds. And there's countries that have trillions of dollars worth of United States bonds. And I think China's the number one holder. If they hold 10% of all treasury bonds. If they sold 5% of the treasury bonds, the bond market would go lower, which means nobody would want to invest in the United States, which means you can't print money. But the United States will print more money, hell or high water, which is also inflationary. America owes $1 trillion interest only for the debt. Our $37 trillion, which is going to be $41 trillion now after the last tax cut tax breaks by Trump now. That's going to cost an extra $700 million, by the way. So we're going to owe 1.7 interest only payments in a few years. 1.7 trillion, not million, 1.7 trillion. In case people don't know what a trillion is, 1,000 bags of $1 million, 1,000 bags of $1 million is $1 billion. 1,000 bags of $1 billion is $1 trillion. To give you an idea. So when somebody says we owe $1 trillion, That's $1,000 billion bags of cash. Guess what? United States doesn't make enough money to pay for it. So now we have to print money, which devalues your currency, which is inflationary. Now you see why there's an end game. Congratulations to the SSN Nation. Show your love. Subscribe to the channel if you like what I'm talking about. That's the stone cold truth. Now you got to find out what you're going to do about it. Restart the video and you'll find out what you need to do about it, and check some of the other previous live stream videos and you'll find out even then more what to do about it. We need you to win. We want you to win, because I want everybody to win, because I don't want anybody poor, homeless, sick, and on the street. We need you, a productive citizen of our society, and all good, because that means everybody rises. Let's go. And with all that said, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And please keep your head up. Keep moving. And I'm out.